So the world we're about to enter is planned already. I mean, it was already a futuristic view of what this scenario is today anyway, already through our, media and just common, water cooler talk for the last 5 to 10 years. Now it's here. So is it any surprise that it's here? And how long does it take to move to the next step?
Starting off here with, well, the things we need to grow our food. Number one, urea. That'll be the blue line. That's gone from around 102 years ago to nearly 200. That's doubling. And then if we look at green, that's the fertilizer index, we see the very same trajectory, nearly doubling. Now, what does this do for our food prices when your inputs are doubling and it's so necessary, but 70% of farmers can't get what they need? So we have to do the math to subtract out the yields on it. Now, at the same time that this is happening, we have a drought occurring in the US that's equally as strong as something from the Dust Bowl. Now, if it continues for another few months or another, half year, we're going to start to get into 1930s Dust Bowl conditions again. Water was a thing of the past. We all thought we had free, abundant water, but now with so many needs of the same exact water, you have to wonder who's going to get it. Hence the increase in ground beef prices and steak prices. Now, this has increased a little bit over $7 since I got this chart here. So think about that's more than some of the basic minimum wages across America. 1 hour of your time for 1 pound of ground beef. That's not a very fair trade. And then also wholesale steaks, $12.97, the highest ever reported for steak prices. So this is hitting us in different directions with all these new prices. And if we look at the green circle on the right, COVID caused things to rise in price. We're going to see the same, but at an exponential rate, and things are going to go far higher than where they are with the national gasoline prices, the fertilizer prices, food index, and food pricing. This is all going to be far higher than the 2020 the 2022 COVID era. You need to take that and stack it on top where the orange line is, and we're literally off the chart by 50%. They're going to have to come far, far, far above this into probably the 220 range for the food index. And the gasoline price probably get up above $10 a gallon eventually. And with that being said, here's your fertilizer shocks. The Hormuz Straits closed. Okay, there's approximately 144 ships left of there that are trying to get out. China just put a full-on export ban of any fertilizer. So even if it had and it did produce, they're like, we're not selling it. We're keeping it in our country for our food. Thank you very much. And Russia just did the same thing. That's why you see the demonization of all these countries even more than we normally did, because they don't want to share the fertilizer now. If they didn't want to share the critical minerals and the rare earth minerals, and that turned them enemy number one, because we couldn't get what we needed from our enemies to supply us for the things we needed in war efforts, and just the whole reliance of a supply chain on somebody who's not going to be your best trading partner in a war. That was stupidity and greed. Those people should be all removed out of their positions for doing such a thing and putting our country in such dire straits. Yet now, because we're there with our backs against the wall, we got to be the victim. Oh, the urea price is bad. China bad, Russia bad, everybody bad, Iran bad. Wait, they won't give us the fertilizers. They're all bad. Can you see the narratives here? We've ill prepared, and we put ourselves in this corner for disruption by all these bad trade deals over the last decade and a half of the greed of the politicians. And here we sit. They don't want to share it yet, and somehow they're the bad guys now. They're even the worst guys now than they were just the bad guys. Oh, the insanity. It's more like a comedy skit in our politics than it is like real world events. I digress. Let's go back down to the LNG, the ammonia, the sulfur, the phosphate, and then the fertilizer shortages cascading like those dominoes. Yeah, we need those for every step of our manufacturing. And now, a specific type of plastic to do circuit board is down 70% globally, so look for circuit board. Disruptions, not chips, the boards themselves. Let's look at urea. From last year, November, that's 6 months prior. It's gone from 350 to 720. That's more than double. And that is directly related to your food price. So you're just going to pay more. Welcome. And so far, we're looking immediately at probably 500 million people are going to be smashed for this hunger thing, if not famine-ish. Because some of these countries already spend 50% of their entire budget on food in countries like Pakistan's a perfect example. Sudan's another one. You can get this list of countries that aren't going so well. I spend a huge amount on food, and they are going to be knocked out at the knees. It's too late now. The Gulf has been so disrupted. This is going to take at least half of a year before we would come back down to anything normal. So just from here until it smooths out, it's just going to be up and up. And also coming to some of these programs that governments are going to have to implement when food prices get real high and the gasoline keeps going up and people start complaining. I mean, violently complaining. They're going to try to bring in all these austerity programs to just, I wouldn't say universal basic income. It's going to be in the beginning. Even before that, they're going to have to be able to give people food. Not the EBT program. That's something very different. They're going to have a new public works project. Now, perhaps you'll be required to work on the public works project to get your, stipend or your widgets to be able to go into the store and buy something. But be very careful with this. Anytime socialism and communism come in of just taking care of the masses, one for you, one for me, that's always a recipe for disaster. Let's take a look at this chart here. Per capita GDP, South Korea, the red line. Yeah, they buy stuff, sell stuff, trade stuff, open market stuff. Blue line on the bottom, North Korea closed. And with food subsidies and ration subsidies for fuel, we are going to turn into the blue line. I don't care what country you're in, you're going blue. That's terrible. And with that said, all these disruptions in fuel, look how many countries are going back to coal again. This is going to be eclipsing in 2026, 27. Those bar charts, whoosh, are going to be off the chart, literally. Everybody's moving back to coal usage here in Asia. They just can, and they didn't destroy all their plants like they did in Germany, etc. So let's talk about the natural events here that are showing us something kind of strange is occurring at the moment. We got the halo ice crystal clouds. Again, the depleting ozone layer from this same ice crystal cloud formation higher in the atmosphere from the Humatonga eruption still is with us. But now we have a new boogeyman to get ready for the news. They're already broadcasting it for the normies. They're breaking this down so normie language can pick up the disruption for El Nino. It is super El Nino, the super Niño. They've already categorized it and put it into popular literature right now. So if we look at the last spikes in El Ninos and what is like an El Nino top, for example, you don't have to put all these extra words on top of it to make it exciting. Okay, the peak of the El Nino, here you go. This is 1982, 1997, 2015, 26. They all set new global record temperatures for temperature because, well, oceans were hot. So you can expect that again. Oh, it's the hottest planet ever. It's going to go up that. Now they're trying to get you ready for a super Nino. So you can see 2026. They're already broadcasting it high and wide that we're going to get hot. So if you look at the change in ocean surface temperatures and subsurface down to 1,000 feet, the winds blowing are turning. And this overturning of the waters is, well, allowing the heat. That's not actually heating anything. You're just displacing and changing water depths in the column. And that's what causes this. It's not like it heats up just because the wind does it. The wind is responsible for pushing the water. All right, so we're going to get April 16th here. And again, if this is in normally like Washington Post kind of publication, it's going big. Zonal winds, record breaking is where the red is, and that is, well, the push that displaces water and allows this event to occur. Now, if this also is making Washington Post, hey, pick up your Saturday newspaper and read about it, they want everybody to know about it for some reason. Is this kind of the end of the world thing we're looking at here? Because it's going to get milked by Grace Cow. Speaking of that, growing our own food, let's take a look in the greenhouse here. Nice one, wood frame. You don't have to get all expensive with the metal. You can do wood frame and just recycled windows. All options are on the table, and you will have food on your table. And what a better time than a Fortuna for our world. The fortune, as we move through these changes, was good enough for the Sumerians 7,000 years ago. Good enough for us today. Bringing it back to the Aztecs. Tenochtitlan, the capital city. This is from 1524 when our explorers came over and drew a map of the city at the time. We were told they're barbarians, relic people that were just living in old ruins. I don't think so. You know, the history we've been told is very, very different, perhaps, than what we are really seeing on the ground. And that would make things quite a bit different with the oasis here refilling up in our history. We were told this took 6,000 years to dry out. Well, it's filling up in a matter of a couple of years. These areas here, Sahara Desert, are now turning back into lakes, very visible. And these are now becoming permanent lakes, not just one-time rain and then drain off. This is what happened with the African megalakes. They begin to refill in the areas of lowest deposition and water flow into what was previously the mega lake that dried out. People followed the water to the base of these lakes, and now it's refilling. And that's why it's displacing all the population, villages, towns, and cities, because it's refilling. This is a 6,000-year cycle that's occurring right now. This is not small. So perhaps that's why the world is being burned down on purpose and being replaced with something else. Because if we're truly at a 6,000-year cycle, nothing can be salvaged of this world. It'll have to be rebuilt after the changes into something completely new. Because the way we derive value of everything on the planet, the way companies operate, the way you pay for something that you agree it's $2 and it's worth $2, I'll pay $2. The company prices it at $2. All that shipping cost is put in the manufacturing to get it to be $2. That doesn't work anymore. None of it works. Nothing except you, your communities, growing your own food and take care of your own needs. That works until a new system comes, and then there's agreed on value change and switch once more. But the way we're doing it now is going to go through a huge resurgence. Actually, that's why they call it the Phoenix. It burns down to zero, and then this magical, mythical creature comes out of the ashes, and then we have a new world. Well, we're at that point now. And it really makes a lot of sense why we're seeing so much disruption. Now, is this Middle East thing a fast track for more of this to move us to the system fast enough because we didn't get there on our own? That's another conjecture and a whole point. I could do an entire video on that. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I appreciate you watching. Hope you got something out of the video. You're going to need to grow some of your own foods. Think about True Leaf Market Heirloom organic seeds for any grow zone on the planet. That link's in the description box below. Right now it's planting season for all grow zones in America. And one of the biggest things for you in a solution-oriented fashion is growing your own food, at least some of it, so you have extra you can trade with others, and that might be a barterable for you as well as in addition to a consumable that you grew yourself right on your own property. Nature's abundant. It will overproduce for you absolutely way over what you can possibly consume. Having that ability to grow extra and trade for something. And plus, you know what's in the food anyway. You're the one who grew it. Please consider growing your own food. Whether you use that link, whether you get True Leaf Market seeds, grow your own food. I'm serious, you need to. We all need to. June, mid-June to late June, apparently is when most of this inflation is going to start to be noticeable. Now, it's not going to hit you like a comet on, a meteor exploding over your head in one day. It's going to be the beginning and a slow grind up. And a lot of people have written me and said, you don't even need to wait till June. The prices are already noticeably up. So I'm just saying that the largest bulk of these prices are going to start to hit us at the end of June. This whole thing in the Hormuz is not done. It's just going to continue. And Martin Armstrong with Socrates, the computer algorithm that predicts political events, says in June, it's really going to kick off in the Middle East. So that'll upset and slow oil even further. Which, when that happens, then the June will just be the very beginning of the price rises and where we sit at the end of June. It's kind of where the prices that'll be the lowest the prices will ever be in your life again. You're going to have to take some precautions to get ready for this. Whatever form that takes, gold, silver, seeds, tools, anything you can get that you can use, trade, or make something and produce something that you can consume or trade with others. It's the best I can give you right now on just a short little video like this. But I will see you next time. Please share it to friends and family. You got to copy that link and paste it. Algorithm, you know how it is these days. They try to funnel you into your own little narrow channel there. So please copy, paste, share this far and wide, and let's get some solutions together for these changes that are here right now.
And can we forecast food prices based on the past and what we're moving to right in the future now? Is elevated everything prices, $50 for movie tickets, and now we have the tail of a comet possibly brushing our planet. Because it's always about the food and fuel, but can we look into the past? Let's look at food prices, 2007 and 8, great financial crisis. We're heading into something similar with this elevated oil price and disruption in the Middle East. So what will it look like moving forward for us? So the red line is where we do not want to be. Rice price index, you see the elevated spike, that's most of Asia. India already having packing problems with lacks of plastic in their rice industry. So we can see based on the 2000 price compared to 2007 and 8, that gap in time, which is more than 15 years ago, the price index moved from 100. That is an incredible jump. And then you see rice move from around 200 to 500. So if we can anticipate the exact same types of increases today, are you able to budget for those cost increases? And you'll see that the red line is, well, that's where the food riots occurred. Could we see something on the same with the types of prices that increase? The FAO, that's a Food and Agriculture Organization food price index. It only moved from like maybe 110 up to about 210. That's double. Biggest takeaway here is the rice and the cereals, which is more of our grain crops, if you will. That purple line, that blue line starting off again around maybe 150, and it moved up to about 250. We're going to see something very similar. So looking to the past to see where it plays out in the future. Showing the same price index increases, and you'll see right around 2006, we were sitting at about 120, and then it moved up to 220, and this is on the cereals and the overall food index from the FAO. That caused all the civil unrest, and then prices dropped, and then we come into 2011. We had a lot of problems with crop production then as well. But it moved even higher. But the baseline was already higher as well. It was already up around 150 before it moved up again. We're getting this stair step up and up and up, and we are even higher today on the starting point. I did that in a video previously. I'll link below for you. But another takeaway for the commodities prices, this is all based on oil and availability, price increases, great financial crisis. And what do we see? Greens is where you want to look at. Corn and gasoline, kerosene, and dark green is diesel prices. All I see is it moved from 100 to way over 200, up around 3. So you're looking at a doubling, possible near tripling in these prices of our commodities. Again, can we handle something like this today is the question. Because people seem to be pinched already. And if we look at the grocery prices on a different measurement, U.S. grocery specific on this one, taking us through 2025 from, say, 2020, that 5-year increase period is only up and up. And it even indicates their biggest price increase, the big black lettering in the center of the chart there. Took the index from probably about 97-ish up to about 130. So now I would ask you, this type of increase, it's already here. It's inbound, it's forecast, it's definitely going to hit. There's no maybes about this. This disruption in the Middle East fuel is already causing this knock-on effect. Exactly, almost the same. So we're at a much higher starting price right now before our prices even increase. So how are you budgeted out for this? Are you able to absorb the shocks? Because it is going to be a shock. Like in America, we can handle it better in places like Pakistan that spend 45% on food already in their daily wages. So just get ready for this. You might need to buy in bulk, and you might need to cook more home-cooked meals, which is going to take extra time. You're going to have to allocate. Maybe you're going to have to change the way, even the things you buy, that'll take extra time. So just budget more time for cooking, meal preparation, and different ways to cook. Maybe buy some cookbooks. Again, there's a huge amount of stuff online, huge thousands, millions, billions of videos on how to cook online. So you're going to have to readjust, and it might be just a good time to move into, a more sustainable way and a lower cost of cooking, because you are going to have to adjust for this. We all are. This is just a wealth extraction because you have to eat every day. There's no way to get around it. And looking at a food source map from the past, this is what America used to produce. We used to be massive food producers on our own right. An enormous amount of this has been just swept away. So we sit to today where we need to import food. The whole no more cattle push across all media that exists. I mean, we did away with so much of our agriculture, and you need to ask, was that the plan? Was that the 100-year plan? And the other part of the equation, the fuel, here you are, Goldman Sachs research, higher prices and net upside risk for even longer, as in years, not months. So the price upgrade, they upgraded their 2026 quarter 4 Brent and West Texas Intermediate forecast to $90 a barrel standard. That is your new upgrade price. You knew it was coming. $90 is the new floor for any kind of energy. So again, food up and a new floor. Oil up and a new floor. So all of our energy is up, all the costs to produce food, transport food, everything is going to be up in price, minimum 20 to 30%. This is your new baseline cost for your entire life. Just went up 20 to 30% on the average, but there will be other things that go up even higher and stay higher forever. So let's look at the gasoline price change since the Iran war has started. Different colorations show you the different increases, and we can see Asia hit the hardest here. If you're looking in those reds where the magnified circle is on the bottom right there, looks like Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines. They seem to be the hardest hit so far with fuel prices. But then if you look at the oranges, and I'm just gobsmacked here. How can America have a 35% increase in energy when we're one of the largest energy producers on the planet? Like, something doesn't sit right. Canada and the United States with that gargantuan increase. Look in Brazil, they're only up just like not even 10%. It doesn't make sense. Something is very wrong here again, but it's not wrong if you're going to be taking away and transferring wealth. So top 20 increases since the start of the Iran war percentage-wise, Myanmar, Philippines, Malaysia, Laos, right at the top. And you'll notice at number 14 is the United States, which I'm just unbelievably gobsmacked here on how this is even possible. I could see Nepal at number 9. They're more of a landlocked. You could see how that. Zimbabwe as well, their currency issues on number 5. But otherwise, some of these major oil producers, energy producers, the only one on the list here, except for the UAE, obviously they're stuck behind the wall there, is the United States. And just, again, I'm blown away. How could we be in this top 20 list? Unless it's a plan. Unless it's a wealth extraction plan, and that is the plan. I'm looking at this thing in a whole different renegotiation for oil prices to set a new bottom limit to extract wealth, put people in a pinch point situation where they're going to have to choose to take some sort of assistance from the government, some sort of new digital assistance, or stay off the system if you're earning enough money. But they're now trying to extract that money from everybody in every class except the upper 1%. This is a plan. You can take it for what it's worth, but there's no other way to explain this. The West is being milked of all of its wealth. Where's the wealth going to go to? That's the question. Pulling you back to 1965, let's take a look at the refrigerator. I know it's a little grainy, but what do you expect? The refrigerators we have today are made to make food spoil. In the 1960s, it was about the longevity of the food in the refrigerator. Now, notice how these different compartments and the airflow within these segment the food. Like, you try to get a refrigerator today, it's very different. Even this vegetable tray that can pull out so you can organize, and then the airflow within that as well. Today we have that all jammed in a bottom thing where the heavy coolness and it's all sitting on top. And a lot more things rot in our refrigerators in these pull-out slides. Notice the airflow. Today it's just one continuous solid sheet of plastic, but notice all the airflow that is coming through this. It's very much like a root cellar designed as such. And then notice how they pack away in the freezer as well. It's all about the airflow, so you don't get that stagnation and that freezer burn. So things how totally designed differently. Today it's all about consumption and destruction and planned obsolescence. Because I do believe it has something to do with the, change in our magnetic field and disruptions in our growing patterns on all grow zones across the planet. Here we go. Qinzhou, Guangxi, this is in China. They had 273 millimeters in 8 hours. And I put this conversion on the right for those of you in the US, 10.75 inches in 8 hours. That's more than an inch an hour. That's insane. That's, highly improbable, and nothing on our planet engineering-wise can withstand that. And then jumping down to Indonesia, where they don't normally have such ferocious and large water spots. I know they have them sometimes. They're very small, but this is like an EF3 to EF5 water spout, very rare in Indonesia, but they've been having more cyclonic activity on the equator. 40 degrees north cyclone, not really a normal thing either. That's where all the floods were. In northern Sumatra, all the way over into Malaysia, those hurricanes / cyclones on the equator are incredible rare, but you had 2 in 2 years now, so it's becoming a thing. Here we got record-breaking snowfall in Moscow and Russia, 12 centimeters. And for those of you in the States, that is 4.72 inches. A record broken, not seen since the 1870s. This late have they had this much snow. We're coming into May. We're in planting season and they're getting 5 inches of snow. Something is not right. And thanks for Ben Davison at Suspicious Observers putting the stereo head screen grab up there for us to see. Comet Pan-STARR's tail is coming off, heading toward Earth. That black line where we are, that dot is the Earth. And as it moves forward, the blob. That comet is transiting south, and that blob is about to impact our planet. And it gets a little bit closer day by day. Can we find things in the past? Yes, we can. 1744. In the 1800s, also mid-1800s, Japan talked about this as well to China. If we go back further into the 1300s, they talk about another cometary tail slamming into the planet, and subsequently Black Death rolls in after that. Do you think they're connected? That is the question. Because so many things on our planet are disrupted at the moment. If we have this cometary tail and some sort of plasma event, debris stream coming in, it is just going to add into this end of the world. You know, look at the world we have now, World War III, comet tail slashing in, we got plasma, we got disease. We got debris coming in. This is going to be like one for the record books. Plus, everything's inflating away. Now, the U.S. is about to hyperinflate our money to pay away our debt and let everybody else hold the bag, literally. But we in America are going to get absolutely crushed with inflation. They're going to inflate away our debt, which means that Weimar Republic is just around the corner for those of you that are living in the native country with your own currency inside there. The only way they're going to do it is switch over to stablecoin issuance and have these companies that are issuing stable coins, the one equals $1, is to have them buy the treasuries that nobody else wants. So we're going to get this giant circle of our own government rebuying our own bonds and forcing these stablecoin issuers out in the cryptocurrency space to hold treasury bonds. They're reinforcing this artificial loop. And the whole time this artificial loop is spinning, it's inflating every time they print and print and print. Great for thing if you hold assets. Your prices are going to go astronomical, ridiculous, and you're going to be just blown away by prices of things as they move forward, commodities, land, these sort of things. But if you don't have any assets and you're just sitting there working for a daily wage, you are going to be sitting and repeating something in Weimar, Germany. This is where we're going. Those who hold assets, even just tiny bits of silver or gold, it's just that's going to skyrocket, in my opinion. Not financial advice. It's just if you go back and look in history when hyperinflationary events occur, like in Zimbabwe, for a great example. Venezuela is a brand new example. Weimar Republic, anybody who had anything as an asset, you could just, they held that and they would be able to pay for their life. I mean, on the smidgenest, smallest amount of asset holdings, because what we're about to experience is you're going to need to buckle up into crash position for this one. It is here, and it's starting with food, fuel, movie tickets. And as we move flights next, you know, we start to see it everywhere. There's nowhere you can run and hide from this inflation. So please prepare now. We're all in it together. So please share this link of the video to get others involved in the conversation. You know, I think they need to know about the food price increases so they can prepare for possible contingencies or scenarios or possibilities in their lives as well. All those links are in the description box below. Again, every purchase you make helps keep this channel on air, bringing you information, because we are absolutely at the pivot point right now. Our world is, by June is when they really say this inflation is going to start to hit. So what is it now? It's April. You got another month and a half before this thing supposedly is going to come in, and prices are just going to start running, and you're going to see it by the week. Every time you go shop, you're going to see it and go, oh, I can't believe it went up again. That was just last week. That's what's in our future forecast here. We've been told they know everything about our world, yet they just found a brand new island. Air travel, you're told it's being suspended worldwide, but the numbers show something different. And speaking of numbers, $50 movie tickets. Welcome to the inflationary spike. Starting off with flights here, global active flights the last 7 days. Red line is what you're looking at. News headlines around the world screaming that everything's being cut off. Flights are limiting around the planet. You're not going to be able to travel. You're going to get stuck where you are. The messaging is clear. You can see the green line, that's down from 2020 COVID era. Red line is where we are right now. Looks pretty flat or recovering, but thousands of flights canceled. Jet fuel costs soar. This is all across Europe. Virgin, Qantas, they're going to scrap flights. Thai Airways, cutting flights, fuel shortages. Air Asia, anywhere around Asia. You got American and Sprint going down the tubes because of incredible high. India limiting flights. Yet that chart shows something different. Are we being discouraged from traveling? Speaking of traveling, let's take a look at nature's of flight path, the route of migratory birds, the type of bird, where they're moving across the planet. They go above and below the equator. But you notice everything stalls at the bottom of Africa. They don't transit down to Antarctica, a little too far and windy to get down there, I do believe. Seems like the storks and the geese got everybody covered with long distance travel. Where are their passports? Speaking of passports, tropical islands, well, maybe not so much. Antarctic island, previously unmapped island discovered in Antarctica's Weddell Sea. Previously unmapped island discovered in 2026. About 500 feet long and identified as a danger shoal. Nautical charts. But again, I thought every square inch of the world was mapped so we can get different forecasts going out to 2050, 2100. I guess what we're being told again is not as everything seems. Speaking of islands, take a look. Delos in Greece. Our world civilization, what caused them to collapse is the question. That was a thriving area at some point. What caused everything to collapse and then for everybody to leave? Literally everybody. That was a massive event. And it seems like we're at this massive event. Again, this is why the world is in so much change, forced change at the moment. What event is here or is inbound is the question. Because you look at this thing just with a 30,000 foot view, none of this is organic. It all seems to be forced. Even the messaging of, you're going to get stuck if you fly. I showed you the chart. It doesn't seem like it's really that. Also, we're finding islands. Come on now. They're telling us every square inch of this planet has been mapped, monitored, satellite covered, so we can get a full homogenization of temperatures and forecasts out to 2100, and they just found an island. Like, again, there's the disconnect between what we're seeing as the God's gospel truth and what is truly happening. There's a Grand Canyon chasm emerging between these two. Staying on the theme of the oceans, at least we know where all of our plastics are coming from. Well, 95% of the plastics polluting our world's oceans coming from these 10 rivers. In Niger, thank you very much. That was an inland estuary area connected all the way to East Africa back in the day, about 6,000 years ago when the mega lakes were there. That's just what's left over, remnants of this river. Got the Nile. Not sure how that gets all into the oceans. It has to go into the Mediterranean, and there's not a garbage patch in the Mediterranean, which would occur first. So I'm kind of disputing that one. Indus, obviously coming out of India with the Ganges River, Indus River, and the Mekong coming through Southeast Asia, Pearl River Delta area coming out of China, Yangtze, Huanghe, or the Yellow River, and then the Amur River coming out of, well, northern China. You know, the ones emerging out of China, Southeast Asia, and India seem to be the big ones. Into the Pacific garbage patch we go. Bring your rubber ducky and your inflatable raft. And just a quick note on plastics here. This is the milkfish update for the week. As I was talking about, they were raising the price of milkfish. They have raised the price of milkfish another 10 NT out here, which brings the total to 90 for a pound, and it used to be 50 about 5 weeks ago. Also, the plastics, there's a huge campaign across, at least in Taiwan here, conserve plastics, don't use plastics if you don't have to. If you don't need that bag, don't take it. If you don't need that plastic straw, don't take it. But out of national security interest, the packing for the instant noodles shall continue. That will be given priority. You know, just these strange stories coming out. But plastics are a real thing. Everybody's trying to conserve it. So if they're conserving in Asia because they don't have the feedstock, what do you think is going to happen with our passing plastics for the packing on the foods? This is something, a distant early warning. You should start to see little, rumblings of this somewhere around mid-June. And in mid-June, we should be into the drought season heavy. Here we go. This is the newest USDA announcement bringing us out through July 31st, the seasonal drought outlook. I see a lot of brown on the map. That's not good for agriculture. Drought persists mean it's already there, affecting crop planting. But crop prices will be affected because of this. This is the actual April 23rd release. Deep reds down in the deep southeast U.S. and across our Midwest grow belt, a little bit kind of alleviated. There was a lot of rain that came through, about 4 inches or so on some fronts over the last week. Kind of pulled back on the extreme that was in there. Still a lot of red around though. Red, bad for planting at this time of the year. Now, if we move out again to the season precipitation outlook, this is a little bit different than the drought index. All they do overlap pretty equally here. We're coming into El Niño in the summer. Strength to be announced, not sure yet, but below average around the West Coast. And then that tongue licking way down into Oklahoma there. Again, it's going to be affecting some of our major crop growing zones. And the UBS analysts are putting this at least one of the worst droughts in 130 years. Already affecting our crop planting. That's why hard red winter wheat futures are up, not all-time high by any means, but coming back into something that will make you pay more at the supermarket. So in the last 130 years, there's been 3 instances of drought this severe. So, it's not a 130-year event, but it looks more like a 40-year event on the drought indices. And the news hitting today off of Bloomberg, the wheat spread hitting 2-year highs, hard red winter wheat. And we'll see how that goes with the winter wheat and things coming up. But you're going to pay more for this at the supermarket. They're going to use it as an exception to be able to gouge you one more time. Because of these types of headlines and then all the drought news and then the energy disruptions, I mean, you can just see it so clearly. That's a crystal ball. They are broadcasting heavy that your prices are going up across the board. Wherever you look, you're going to get smacked with another price increase. They're talking about crops here. They're going to be talking about fuel there. Oh, heaven forbid you run your air con this summer when electric prices are higher because of the natural gas input, if they're not on some sort of nuclear. Just everywhere you look, your daily life, the delivery costs, in all these agencies that follow delivery and logistics saying 10, 20% higher on the costs, which is going to just get passed on. I mean, every gamut. You need to eat every day. You need water. That's going to go up in price too. All the data centers swooping in all the water and electricity. So it's a repricing of our life occurring in real time. And here now the food is going to be hit next. They're broadcasting heavy that planting's delayed, diesel prices are up, there's not enough fertilizer, which is going to reduce crop yield. And now we got the drought. So you got this like quadruple layer cake, and they're going to smash into your face just like some comedy show. Pay more and get used to it. This is a permanent price rise. Speaking of which, movies, have you been to the movies lately? Premium and large formats coming around $18 at the moment. Standard, squeeze in like budget airlines. Nobody wants that. You're going for the big seat. You want that. Oh, wait, $50 movie tickets. Oy. For the premiere of Dune, $50 a ticket. In multiple cinemas. It's not just one theater that did this. Multiple. And then the movie houses were just beyond themselves. Like, how can you charge that much? You're going to dissuade everybody from going. You're going to knock down our business. We're going to, get hit on the opening weekend release. Like, you're going to hit the bottom dollar. Quit charging so much. So they're trying to frighten movie theaters. We're not going to give you the movie if you charge that much money any longer. $50 a ticket. So 18 nationally, but on the bottom sentence there, intelligence, like entertainment intelligence, cute name, $30 for a ticket in big cities like New York and Los Angeles. Just proving my point. Everywhere we look, it's going to cost more to do anything. Something as simple as going and seeing a movie. Now with this price, it's almost going to push people over into at $50 for one ticket times 2. So let's say let's say you take a family of 4 and you go out. That's $200. You can get a whole year of Netflix for that. So these movie theaters griping and complaining, well, nobody's coming out to see movies anymore. The movie viewership's down. Well, yeah, $20 a ticket, $50 a ticket. It's just a better value to spend money elsewhere. How about buying a bunch of CDs? You can fly over to Thailand, get like 6,000 CDs compressed onto a memory stick and come home and save money on that. You know what I mean? Endless amounts of options here, but movies aren't going to be one of them. So again, how are you going to cut costs moving forward? Bulk buying food is going to be a thing to save money, make your own meals at home. But then entertainment, something like this, you can see why people have moved away, and choices in our world are not the same they were when we grow up. Did you notice that? Like the growing up periods is way different in terms of how people are enjoying their free time these days. Anyway, I appreciate you watching. Hope you got something out of the video. Please remember, it's grow time across the planet right now in the Northern Hemisphere. You're going to need to grow some of your own food. And is this the sunset of our civilization? Food's going up again, just like it did during COVID. When 2017 prices skyrocketed, they never came back down again. We're going to experience the same exact thing. This time it's going to level up. It's going to stay there for years. IMF looking around 6% inflation for the year for food. I say it's going to be way higher because we got steaks up, burgers up, meat up, corn, wheat, rice up in price, all the vegetables, all the fruit. And now we have a plastic shortage to pack all that. So it's even going to cost more money, every input. So how much more are we going to pay through these next years? Let's talk about cost inputs. Fertilizer increasing 70% in price. A lot of U.S. farmers can't afford that. So they're going to pull back on the amount of fertilizer application. And it's a 1-to-1 ratio. You pull back 1%, your crop yields are 1% lower on average, just a easy napkin math. So if a farmer pulls back 10%, their yields are going to decline 10%. Let's look at the percentage of fertilizers pre-booked. Now, pre-booked means they bought it before the season, like right now. They bought it last quarter, somewhere probably November, December of last year, even earlier. So the Midwest, obviously, they're in front. That's the grow belt of our nation. They're always going to be on top of it, ahead of it. But look at the Southeast, only 20% of that. That means 80% of the people didn't buy it until now. In the Northeast, 30%, means 70% of the farmers didn't buy until now with these elevated prices. So just the decline in the crop yield is going to drive prices up. Scarcity, less availability. That's why wheat and corn are going up. Let's look at the IMF urging members, as in every country, to be prepared for market dysfunction and liquidity squeezes, meaning money's going to dry up, things are going to get way more expensive, inflation's going to run to unbelievable heights, and, well, prepare your nations is what it's saying. Bottom right, IMF chief economist, severe scenario will put some economies into outright recessions with global inflation above 6% and inflation expectations hard to contain. Meaning it's going to run away. Hard to contain means they don't know where it's going. That is Fed speak or IMF speak or World Bank speak for whatever. We don't know. And also get ready to brace for a minimum 6% inflation. Then you throw in what's happening up in Ireland with the fuel strikes, what's happening down in the UK or just in England in general here. UK farmers considering nationwide fuel and fertilizer protests. Oh, you can't do that. Diesel's risen 63% during this. Now we're going to debase the currency because we're moving into a new financial system here based on stable coins and on-demand liquidity. And the old fiat system is crumbling. Let's take a look at the Romans. And we can see the march in time as we move forward. It gets more and more debased. But look at that. It's by the decade. Look how fast that happens from, say, 2040 to 2070. That 30 years, it went from 40% fine silver to 5% fine silver. So you can see how the debasement took 30 years, and then the collapse ensued as soon after. This is why they're talking about energy lockdowns this time, because of all of that. People getting angry, people getting hungry. They're going to need to lock you down so you can't cause too much trouble. And I would point out, remember in 2019, at the end before COVID started, there was a international set of protests against every central bank that was planned across the world. Now, it had reached about 20 to 22 daily protests in front of all the central banks in 22 nations. That was quickly going to 23, 25, 27, 30. And the powers that be said, we can't have this. There's too much awareness on the debasement of the currency from the central banking system. One protest, one country, not a worry. 20 protests, 20 countries daily, big. Suddenly COVID comes. And we had an ability to print money forever with not a single question asked. And you know what stopped? All those protests stopped. So here we are, we're on another one. People are going to start protesting fuel and food, and just daily cost of living rises as well, and insurance and all these other things. It's going to get nasty. These people are going to get incredibly angry. And what do you think is going to happen? My bet is on past as a possible scenario for the future. They're going to try to lock everything down. Just my assessment on it all. You can take a look, see what you agree, disagree, but if the people are starting to get to that point of global movement toward a single point of something that needs to change, global governments can't have that. No way. That's exactly what happened with the 2019 central bank protests. They stopped in an instant. You had to lock down and stay at home. No more protests, can't go outside. Remember that? As well, it's snowing in Algeria. Yeah, North Algeria. This is another thing that's happening, the disrupted weather patterns, because I'm going to say it's the increased emissions from the war and the smoke and the movements of vehicles, planes, stratotankers, whatever's moving over there, plus all the destroyed infrastructure. And the fuels in these types of conflicts are not the same clean fuels that we are mandated, and the biodiesels in airplanes and things. It's none too friendly. But we are getting snow in northern Algeria at this time of the year, which is just generally not normal anyway. And if we swing down to Asir province in Saudi Arabia, we see record flooding again. But what's so interesting, if you swing into the higher elevations during the same storm, we got snow and also hail and the group hell, that sort of like icier. And we see the same road conditions. What do we see? It's like icy hail coming down. I'm saying this is all related to the amount of emissions in the sky, particulates, cloud. I wouldn't even say seeding. It's seeding itself with all the pollution up there. These are the floods in Saudi Arabia, not something you see every day. And then we have the first ever, according to some, recorded EF1 tornado, like proper tornado, touching down in Qatar. They also had the first ever recorded tornado ever in history there in Jammu and Kashmir, northern India. Now, jumping back onto the food for just a moment here. Chart of the week for you. 20-year global food price index. Notice where the start point is before it runs up every single time. So left of the chart, 2006, and then it takes a couple years until we get the 2008 crisis. The beginning point is what you're looking at. And then it culminates and it hits somewhere. Takes a couple years to come back down, and then that's the beginning point again of the 2011. That was the incredible prices of food. Remember that? That was insane food pricing. Fertilizers went off, crop yields were down, and then it took a good 4 or plus years for that to come down. Our start point at 2020 was the COVID, and it marched up all the way to 2022 and peaked out another 2 years. So I'm looking at these 2-year intervals from start until you get max pricing, pretty much. We're in March of 2026. This is the next leg up. So this is our beginning area and beginning price. What do you see there? This is the highest ever where it's begun to go up. That's the thing. The start point is different. The start point is already at near record high food prices. Because you saw those other ones, it was substantially lower on the base of just overall food costs before it kicked into high gear, and we saw those percentages run away. Now, if we're going to game this out, they need to put other bands on the chart going far higher. And a lot of people who are way smarter than me predicting going out on this, that it's going to get to the point where governments are going to have to subsidize food for a majority of the population on the planet if it continues the way it is, because we're looking at the disruptions for a minimum 9 months of already what's happened. If there's another, reflaring up or hostilities and it blocks again, that's just going to extend that out. So at the very minimum from today, we're looking at a minimum of 9 months of elevated prices for, food, fuel, and disruptions of plastics. India is already being crushed by plastics disruptions for rice bags. I'll come to that in a second. But the start point for this run up in food prices is going to be unprecedented. It's going to take us into the world's going to need to figure out an entirely new system. And lo and behold, they have one ready to go. It's called digital And stable coins, central bank digital currencies just waiting on the shelf. Perfect way to roll it out, isn't it? And if we get a much tighter in look here from January 2024 on the left to where we sit now, that's the entry point where we start moving forward upward. And speaking of upward, here is your corn price. And this is just going to continue up, especially when more and more of these reports come in of who's not planting and how many acres are not planted. That'll be the same with every crop. There's going to be a copy paste, copy paste, copy paste on all charts. Food related, rice, corn, wheat, barley, sorghum, millet, they're all going to follow the same. Not financial advice, but it's just supply and demand, common sense. And then add into this at the exact same time, I think this is sort of a looping, figure 8 in on itself. We get the higher elevated diesel prices, which elevate the natural gas prices, which elevate the fertilizer prices, which then elevate the food prices because farmers can't afford all that. And it's just in this circle. It's an infinite circle of who knows when it'll end. We're going to have to break some chain of it for it to stop. All uncooked beef steaks, record highest price ever. That's an AH on the ever. This is going to continue upward as well because the feed costs going in, they call it the feedstock wall. There's a proper term for this. When the food for the cattle, the feed, gets so expensive, it drives these costs on the actual price of the beef because of inputs and the diesel and the corn and everything that goes in or whatever they're going to be pushing in there. The feed costs, they call it, there's a proper term for that. So look for it in the news popping out. So Australian growers are shifting to less fertilizer intensive crops, which means the crops that used to be normal at a certain percentage already forecast out, that forecast is wiped clean because it doesn't stand any longer. And you see how that just kind of loops in on itself. Those forecasts are not viable any longer because if they're going to do it in Australia to switch crops, they're doing it in Europe too. They're going to do it in the United States or they're just not going to plant. So we get a couple of scenarios where they're going to switch crops. They're going to rotate them out for the less intensive, like corn, heavy feeder, sorghum, heavy feeder. So that's why part of the corn price is starting to run because they already have a lot of farmers that say they're going to switch. They're going to plant different crops. Now I'm going to have to get you a breakdown because I am unaware myself which exact crops they're going to rotate off to. But I know it's not going to be sorghum. They were already 100-year lows for sorghum production a few years ago anyway. So that's not coming back anytime soon. Amaranth, that's not really a commercial crop in America. It is in other parts of the world, South America. But what are we going to switch to and how is that going to change the price of everything? Because if they suddenly stop planting, let's say corn, and half the farmers in the world go away from corn because they don't have the fertilizer for it, then what happens to the corn price? And you can kind of that's the new forecast is where they transition to, what they're moving away from, and what they're moving away from, that's the thing that's going to run highest in, the price because the availability won't be there. Again, not financial advice. It is just, the way it's been through history. You have less of something, it's going to cost you more, especially on the food, especially they're going to need it for ethanol, or they're going to have to change some fuel standard emissions laws in America. If we don't have the corn for the ethanol, and food's getting super expensive, we're not going to be driving a bunch of food into our gas tanks because that'll be another political disaster. So it's like out of the frying pan into another disaster inside a frying. It's like what are those Russian dolls inside a frying pan and a frying pan and a frying pan until eventually we pop out. But again, you got to break the chain. Where's that going to go? Where's that first thing that pulls away? Like if diesel prices crash, that would be a break of the chain, and then everything subsequently would follow it in time. But prices, they rise and they really never come back down. And they retreat far, far slower. I should have a turtle talking far slower. Then the prices go up right away. That's just the way it is. So then you're looking at years, 4 or 5 years before the prices are going to come down. How long did it take after COVID before things stabilized and then came down? Well, most of it never came down. The things that did come down, what's that, 4 years after? So you can kind of use that as a gauge in the playbook on how long it's going to take for these prices to come down. Once that first chain, breaks, that first link in the chain, once it gets pulled and something stabilizes again, then everything else will follow in time. But right now, that loop is going strong. And U.S. winter wheat enters spring in the worst shape in years. Winter wheat condition, good to excellent. We're way down at that 35%. Still tight out there for getting moisture into the soils. Drought tightens grip on the winter wheat. 65% of the winter wheat crop in drought. I know they're harvesting now, and even in Tennessee, they were getting on it in the last, maturation phase. So we will see. It could be good for drying. They won't have to probably use a bunch of glyphosate and run it through the dehydrators and thing if they can get it dry on the stem out there. But for planting, not good. And just a last couple quick points here. All that plastic that you see for wrapping, that is all going up in price. Now the naphtha, that's getting short out here for most of plastics in Taiwan is already cutting back. So one of the world's largest plastic manufacturers like, whoa, we don't even have the input to keep going here. So what you see there, how much disruption will that cause if the plastic films aren't there? And we're just talking about something simple like saran wrap. What about the styrofoams? What about the plastics, like the harder plastics that are there that are in the blueberries and that second shelf down, strawberries and raspberries? How are we going to pack our foods? We're going to have to go bulk. You're going to have to learn how to buy something different. And then here's the big one. India is hit with a polypropylene bag shortage, a PP bag is what they call it, raffia bags. And they just can't pack the rice anymore. So their disruption is a 50 kilogram bag, which is for export. It's like over 100 pounds. But they're also having disruption on the 25 kg bag, which is, I'm going to say roughly 50 pounds. It's not exact, but just for a measurement. And then they got the 10 and the 5 kg bag. So for us in America, that'd be like a 10-pound bag of something. That's not available anymore. They're running out of bags. So they're having to try to rethink how to get rice out to everybody, causing huge, huge, huge disruptions. And it's not that the food's not there. It's just the packaging of the plastics to put the food in isn't there. And it's already causing a tremendous unwind in the supply chains. So that, the export bags at 50 kg, over 100 pounds, those are outbound. So their exports are hit. Okay, but the rest of that comes in. Have you ever bought a 50-pound bag? I have, sugar, that sort of thing. Beans, 25-pound bag. Well, that would be more like the 12 kilogram bag, or 10-pound or 10 kilogram bag would be right around 22.5 pounds. Those are the other ones that aren't being facilitated, packed to ship. So even the supermarkets, they've run out of rice, but rice is a staple in India. So now they're going back and trying to scoop things out, put it in a bag, put it on the weight scale. It takes a tremendously longer amount of time to sell. You could just walk in, pick up a 10-pound bag of rice, 10-pound bag of beans, walk out. Now you need, hold on, wait in line. Vendor needs to weigh it. Did you bring your own bag? By the way, they ran out of bags. Plastic bags, you got to pay like how much? 2 rupees or something like that for a plastic bag now. They've increased the price on what you had to pay for the plastic bags. So anyway, did you bring your own plastic bag? And this is a whole thing that's going to need to be rethought for our world as well. Just like in COVID, it happened here first, and then it hit the States. And I remember I came back after I was traveling in Europe and then back through Asia. And I went back to the States directly just before COVID hit. I was like, you all need to get ready. This thing is tremendously wiping out Asia. And I remember everybody so smug, like, we have the best medical system in the world. Nothing's going to happen here. Are you crazy? That's Asia. And whoa, we got steamrolled. Well, I am absolutely really telling you the same exact thing. The plastics are disrupting life because they don't have anything to pack the food in. Now it's starting here first. It's going there next. So how just get ahead of the curve. Like, how are you going to get food in bulk, or how are you going to shop differently based on these disruptions? If you can't get everything in your little tiny plastic thing on a 1 serving of like 1 apple or 6 apples at a time, you're going to have to buy a bushel from a farmer or something. I don't know. You're going to have to figure it out. We got blue auroras. We also have noctilucent clouds in the wrong season, along with the synthetic coffee spinning around and the clone meats. Oh, what can we expect for holiday barbecue season moving into the summer? Blue auroras for you. It's the end of the season. Throwing the color display for us. It's all about the angularity of the sun right in the springtime as it's coming back, as it does on its yearly journey of longer days and shorter days. This is why we're getting, only occurs at spring. So this window of visibility, if you're not in the Arctic right now, you need to wait a whole year to see it again. They say it's atmospheric illumination and darkness balance phenomena. Like there's a black screen behind you, and with the light coming through, it illuminates the blue and you can see it better. So it's normal to have these blue aurora in the springtime. What's not normal is having noctilucent clouds. Spaceweather.com, unnatural noctilucent clouds. April is not the season or the correct time for these. Should be another 4 months out before they start to be seen. So what's causing this extra ice crystal bounce up in the mesosphere and super high up into the atmosphere? Hunga Tonga water vapor crystals up there still, ice crystal clouds? I am not sure. Rocket launches, how many above the normal rocket launches are there comparatively to what there were even 15 years ago or 10 years ago? All this is adding in to extra particulates that now can form these clouds in the very high atmosphere. Speaking of things blue, James Webb Telescope taking a look at something that looks very similar to our Milky Way galaxy, but it's not. But if it were, you'd be looking at the 7 o'clock position in that illuminated cluster of stars there on the spiral arm of their galaxy. We'd be at the 7 o'clock position right there paying taxes if it were, but it's not. Beautiful imagery. And also something as above, so below. Star in a Jar, Sapphire project. Once they amp up the inputs, voltage-wise, current-wise, it takes on the very same formations of the circular concentric rings, expanding electrically. So here we are at actually stellar size on a star formation, just verifying we're in an electric universe. I do see some tinges of blue here. For those of you gazers, thank you, Mr. Canuck. And speaking of gazing, a lot of telescopes pointing up right now, looking at comet Pan stars. This image capture here is of the X flares that came off a couple days back. Hadn't really seen it in this visual before of an X flare being captured. Thought I'd bring it to you because as a plasma ripping off the sun, oh, there is your CME in real time. Also, we have these plasma tornadoes or plasma vortices, whatever you like to call them, solar prominences, again, captured. You know, that angle, again, it's like those aurora. You can see something a little more vividly depending on the angle coming into the object. Same thing here, was captured it twice off that angle bending up. Same with our blue auroras, just as the sun is making that angle as well. Illumination is all about what popping out from the background. Speaking of popping off here, Ta'al coming at us again. Whoa, I'm glad I'm not near that. And if you were standing there, there's no way to run. You can't run fast enough. That superheated steam would be right upon you. But luckily, this is just a field cam off the observatory there in the Philippines. Now, speaking of the Great Chicago Fire, I want to bring you over to Malaysia. This is Kampung Bahagia in Sandakan. Now, the village wraps around more off the headland there, so this is not the entire village. But zooming in a little bit closer, you can see what the homes are constructed of. Mainly, it's all wood and just the tin roofs. Everything else is on, wooden stilts into the water. One of the reasons offshore like that, don't have to buy any land. But here's what happened after one of the homes ignited in a fierce wind event. And you can see how fast that smoke and the fire is moving. Everything just went up. It was uncontrollable. Pretty much every single home that you see there that was in all those images is gone. And you have to wonder where all these people are going to go to. The reason they're living out there culturally, yes, but also it's no land cost. And what they're left with is just tin roofs. And I don't think many of them had homeowners insurance as we understand homeowners insurance that will cover and insure and rebuild everything. Good luck to them in their movement forward in life. The next movement in our lives brought to you by Synthetic Coffee. Now, they regurgitate this thing about every 2 years to see if it'll actually get some traction. This is the third time I've seen it, so I'm going to bring it to your attention again. Synthetic Coffee, reducing deforestation and protecting resources is the guise that they want you to consume this beverage. And I would say, don't talk to me about anything emissions or saving the planet. You got oil spills from drone strikes into refineries. You got an incredible amount of oil spills across the Middle East, wafting into all of our different waterways and bodies. Destruction, emissions, are uncalculable with all of the stratotankers and all these flights going on and, carrier fleet groups moving. It's not the carriers that are nuclear powered, but all their support ships that are going. It's just really ridiculous that you could even with a straight face even talk about environmentalism or emissions or any of this thing right now. Impossible. You got a world war going on and you're still going to try to jam this down people's throats. I'm not playing the game, and I'm just saying everybody else don't play the game either. When the war stops, maybe then we're going to talk about cleanup, but all those emissions, they're up in the air. Is anybody going to point the finger at the military? Nope, they never do. It's all you and your CO2. Hey, I just did a Dr. Seuss rhyme. Holidays are just around the corner. Health Canada to allow cloned meat sales with no labeling, leaving customers in the dark. Wonder what the sales would be if you actually labeled that, such as, oh yeah, Impossible Meat gave us a indication, so you'll never see labeling on this again. Dear Canadians, cloned meat entered Canada's food supply without any labeling or safety warning. Again, it comes back like your marketing effort, like really. Cloned animal, you stamp it right on the front. You're like, made in America, cloned animal. I don't think the sales are going to be that high, you know, and they saw that again and again, trying to push the Impossible Meats and things, and it just didn't fly. So, you know, fool me once, okay, they thought the populace could just buy it because it's good for the planet. Well, okay, well, the World War, is that good for the planet too? I don't know. But now they want us to eat cloned meats. They're never going to tell you this is going to be slipped in. Because I know these elite in the top are not eating cloned meats while those on the bottom struggling to get rice to eat for the day. Wonder if we flip the script, have all those people at the dinner table go fight for rice and the kids can go eat proper foods. What do you think? Yeah, me too. That'd be a great idea. Speaking of foods, got the Onion Purchase Act. Never heard of this. So when I was doing some research here, 1955, two traders purchased 98% of Chicago's onion supply. Then crashed prices while shorting onion futures, resulting in market chaos, leading to the 1958 Onion Futures Act, making onion futures trading illegal in America ever since. Gee, the Hunt brothers did the same thing. They cornered the market. I guess anytime normal people have an idea to try to get ahead and flip one over on, well, the traditional markets, you're not allowed to have that. This is a controlled system. We're in a farmed system. Each country has its own farming technique called government. You got the communists, that's a different type. You got socialists, that's a different type. That's a different farming technique. Constitutional republic, democracy, those are different farming techniques. We're on a farm called Earth. And somehow the cattle had learned how to outsmart the farmer. Not going to happen. But you're going to have to yourself be cleverer than most cats moving forward, because it looks like June is going to be when these price rises come in. All information so far that I've seen the last couple of weeks is pointing to this inflation wave hitting somewhere around mid-June. And it's going to come in like a tidal wave. It's just going to all hit everything at once. Initially, it's going to be a 20% rise in everything you buy across everything. Then second phase is going to be the plastics disruption for food packing. And that'll drive food prices higher. Specific things are going to get hit more, I say, aggressively with inflation. So think about food and how you're going to protect yourself with foods, because even the simplest things, if you, let's say, you buy crackers in a paper box. Well, once you open that paper box, what are your crackers packed in? Well, they're packed in some sort of plastic. Everything's packed in plastic before it goes into the box. So this is going to be the disruption. You're going to have to start to think about maybe buying in bulk or something like that. Change of the food habits, food preparations. So wish you the best in that. And also at the same time, it is planting season in every single grow zone in the U.S. TrueLeafMarket.com, Heirloom organic seeds for any grow zone on the planet. Think about the peace of mind if you can grow your own and be off centralized systems, so some of these price shocks won't hit you as heavily or as affect you as much. That link's in the description box below, along with tonight's videos. Please support my sponsors down there. Every purchase you make helps keep this channel on air, because I want you to have the information. And please share this link. Grab the link, copy, paste it elsewhere across social media, because we need everybody in this conversation to try to figure out more solutions as we're moving through some of these, well, tumultuous periods. It seems like June is going to be another one of those. Intense, unusual weather events across the planet. We have unusual fires through all industries on all continents, and this web above our heads is our planet being encapsulated electromagnetically. And with all eyes on comet pan-stars coming through, here's what it looks like with all the satellites that are above our heads. I'd seen a few of these Starlink satellites myself, you know, living out in more rural countryside. You see them every night, dozens. And when you try to photograph or look through a telescope, they're always zipping through, which didn't happen before. But on a longer exposure, look how many of these. It's literally creating a grid above our heads. This is totally encapsulating our planet. Can you imagine the electromagnetic effects layering below the ionosphere until we get to the ground, where we have these towers, and then down to our internet inside our homes at the ground level? So it's different levels of saturation, moving up at different heights or altitudes. Ground level, a couple hundred feet, 1,000 feet, 20 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, and it just is a sandwiched layer cake of interference. Behaving strangely these days, anybody notice that? Perhaps this is part of it. Jumping over to the end of environmentalism. Sir, it's not working. No one is afraid of global warming anymore. Crikey, what shall we do, Johnson? Well, we could just stage a war, blow it all up, and everybody forget about the emissions. I guess that's exactly what happened. But wait, you can now bet on the temperature in Paris on Polymarket. But as we see in the very bottom paragraph, the weather instruments were manipulated by gamblers to pocket large sums of money. Now imagine manipulating a global network of temperature stations to pocket a large amount of money. Is that the IGRC or the IPCC? Not sure. I get those initials mixed up. And more war news, this time from Russia and Ukraine. Let's send the drones in, hit the oil refineries, let that oil spill into the oceans. Who cares about the sea life? We got drones to sell and companies to prop up their bottom dollar and send that share price to the moon. Oil spill contaminated to Pasay River following refinery fires. It's spreading. They got to put up the booms just like we'd seen in Alaska with the Valdez spill, etc. So they're trying to keep the oil from going in the ocean. So far, there's about 10,000 acres of water coverage of floating oil. This is a nightmare scenario if it were to escape into the Black Sea. And this is what I'm talking about. Anything environmentalism or anything CO2 is dead on the vine. You cannot, with a straight face, have a conversation with anybody that's going, you got to cut your emissions driving a car when we're sending strata tankers and B-52s and carrier fleets, and everybody's doing the same around the planet. Positioning, China's doing it, Russia's doing it. You got the whole NATO moving their fleets, and or not fleets so much, but air reserves and all these different things into Ukraine. We're in a world war. The emissions that are going up there have negated everything we've done for the last 20 years, at least, and probably put on top of just in this last one. So when you start to hear people go, well, the ice is melting, just tell them until the war stops, don't talk to me about that. I don't hear anybody talking about war emissions, and we should be. It should be front and center. If the debate is still, you need to change your lifestyle because of melting ice somewhere, then the militaries need to be pointed at as well for that much emissions coming out. You think jet fighter, F-35, F-15, how much you think they're putting out in terms of emissions compared to what you are driving a car? Food for thought. And also the carrier groups. What do you think their emissions are in a single carrier group transiting 10,000 miles across the ocean, taking the long way around Africa? What do you think? Any emissions totals on that there, IPCC? Speaking of emissions, Singapore sets first ever sustainable aviation fuel levy as Southeast Asia's fuel industry grows and it grinds to a halt because of lack of fuels, naphtha for plastics production, and diesel fuel keeping fishing fleets in. Yet you need to pay a surcharge now, even if your flight's going, because this is just before that's on February 16th. So we're now on, a month and a half later. They started these fuel surcharges, a levy between 75 cents and $32 per ticket. You'll see that in the blue on the bottom there, I highlighted for you, for a sustainable aviation fuel fund. So what they're doing is charging the customers this fuel surcharge, and then the money they get from that, they're building refineries, biofuel refineries on the back end, because these companies, you're putting the cost for their construction bill. They're charging you this under the guise of some other imaginary, fairy dust out there. Pay it. We're going to wrap up the money. And then once the refineries are built, where does the rest of that money go to? Oh, don't chase that rabbit hole. You might get yourself in trouble. And continuing on the article, the surcharge is based on the trips and the distance in the cabin. So if you're in business class, you're going to pay more. If you're in economy, squeezed into a tiny box without the upgrade, you're going to pay less. $1 Singapore dollar will apply to economy flights within Southeast Asia. Those with premium cabins, you're getting billed more. You're going to pay 41.6 Sing, about $32 US. It just never ends. Now, you can expect this to run through every single bit of our lives moving forward. Because when we look at this whole war scenario, this is very different. It's not sequential. We have all these things happen simultaneously where all 5 shocks are hitting. You got the chemical shocks, the generic drugs, the fuels, the naphtha for plastics, all the chemicals, the smelted metal products. I mean, it's all stopping. And so this affects aviation, fishing fleets, and everything else in between, the cars, the transportation, logistics, raising 10%. And then oil prices affect gas, gas affects fertilizer, fertilizer affects food. It's a cascading loop, and everyone rises in price. You pay more. Thanks to Mike for putting this one out over at Natural News. Mike Adams, timelines, accidents, fires, explosions, and sabotage just in the last 2 weeks. Do you think these are just a random happenstance? It's all oil refineries or something to do with petrochemicals or something to do with mining and smelting of metals. This is outside the Middle East. So you have to wonder, is this a concerted effort one by one to remove our world from us? Because another surcharge you're going to be hit with immediately is 5 to 10% in addition cost on top of your products just to get it to the store. Sierra Gorda putting the forecast out for us coming in. So everything, every possible way your price can increase for your life is going up. Although on a hint on the good news here, Netherlands plans to activate first phase of energy crisis plan, which means that they're going to give tax breaks for car owners, but not a lowering of fuel taxes. So big whoop. I save what, $5 on my car taxes when I go to register for the year for my plates. But Canada getting the thumb screws, suspending federal taxes on gasoline and diesel, and you're going to realize that about half of everything you buy fuel-wise is taxes. So I'm wondering how much they're going to suspend and how much that is actually for the bottom dollar for the cost savings. On to Saudi Arabia. Middle of a typhoon or hurricane there. Not normal. That's hail there you see bouncing off as well. Hailstorms ferocious. This is in the western part of Saudi Arabia, right along the Red Sea, a place called Medina. They've had record rains along the entire, from Mecca all the way over. And you'll know some of these more famous geologic and archaeological areas. Supposedly you put your head on the back of the portal, and as you chant single syllable vowels, then you are transported to a different place. That's what Petra is all about too. They have several of these in Saudi Arabia, but check out the hail splashing in the water here. Insane. You would expect this in Texas or something, right? Oklahoma in the middle of tornado season just before a violent front would come through, but the amount of water and hail floating, and that's incredible. Now, the reason I bring it up is this is in the same Medina area. So is this water erosion? And there's been floods to that height that ripped away the bottom of the doorways for how long would it have to erode? And it's in the middle of the desert, so it would show incredibly different precipitation patterns if this were to be. And then how long ago was this constructed if this was water damage? Because if it was wind erosion, it should be across the entire face. Just saying, it's very unexplainable, and people just don't have the answers of how this erosion pattern occurred, except for flooding. Previous from the Ha'il region. This one's in Najd. Same thing, West Coast, right along the Red Sea. So this incredible change in wind patterns is driving all of these storms, just stopping them on a dime right along the mountain range on the Red Sea there. This is definitely a shift on a multi-thousand-year cycle. So as you see more precipitation, what do you think is going to be the crop production yields in Western Saudi Arabia? I would say significantly larger than before. But when you had frankincense plantations stretching for hundreds of square miles back around 700 AD, 500 AD, they would have needed a lot more precipitation. That's how the Marib Dam was full in the year 800, which is in Yemen. Check out the size of the hail. This is so unexpected. I mean, when you're looking at this as hail size in Saudi Arabia, you might as well be looking at an ant that got cosmic radiation and is the size of an elephant. It's something on that scale. It's unthinkable. I can't believe that this hail image didn't make world news headlines. Now over on to Namibia, our favorite dry desert country, sandwiched onto the ocean there with some of the best surfing in the world at Skeleton Bay. Unusual dropping of hail, but look at the thickness of it. This is in a desert region, by the way. So we get this hail again, just like we did in Saudi Arabia. So something is also changing. They've well known that there were large canal systems down in now Namibia, which is incredibly dry. So is this precipitation coming back and switching itself And we're starting to see the repeating patterns here. That's the question. Because you just can't explain it any other way than magnetic field declines are causing disruptions in the jet stream. And we're starting to see a bending in the weather where places that were formerly dry and deserts are now becoming green again. But this is talked about in many a scriptural text across the ages. When the deserts turn green, something significant changes in humanity and the ability for us to observe our world. And that would go right along with magnetic field declines. The lobes of your brain are electric. So if there's a disruption or just a change in the electromagnetic field of our planet, that in turn is going to change how your brain fires signals between those two lobes and how you literally interpret reality. This is what they've talked about time immemorial. When these deserts change back into grasslands and savannas again, something happens with humanity. We will start to see divine presence once again. Is it, or is it the rifting of dimensions that our brains are then allowed to, or we can see that are now invisible to us because of the electromagnetic changes? Is this what they're referencing when they talk about returns of different consciousness levels, what you would consider divinity? Are we in this right now? And this is why the old world of heaviness, death, destruction is trying to grasp and stop this change to keep us here locked in for another cycle, which means we are all going to need to grow our own food. It is planting season in all grow zones pretty much as of May 1st. TrueLeafMarket.com, heirloom organic seeds for any grow zone on the planet. Get your garden on, save yourself some money, get off centralized systems, and you'll do yourself a favor. You'll be way, way less stressed if you know you have that food source yourself, at least supplemental. You're not relying 100% on somebody else to take care of your needs. I do appreciate you watching. Hope you got something out of the video. Please share with friends and family. You're going to have to copy this link and share it. And you're going to have to subscribe again. Click the notification bell because a lot of people are saying, hey, I get unsubscribed. I do want this information so we all can be in this together, finding solutions in this very, changing time that we're in. Are you feeling a little uncertain right now? World Uncertainty Index, all-time record high. We got red iron dust flowing around the planet, trying to plant into, drought soils across the U.S., tornadoes in places there shouldn't be. And with all these fireballs coming through, you need to ask yourself, everything we're seeing politically, is that to cover for the natural cycle? Because if there were a cycle on a multi-thousand year turn, you'd have to cover for that, wouldn't you? You'd have to create circumstances to cover for the natural disruption in things. We've been given the excuse for the last 40 years why the world was going to be disrupted through a weather that would disrupt crops and economy. And then here we have the ultimate excuse why crops aren't going to come in as they should this year, fuel disruptions. Or was it something else that was already disrupting that was now using the fuel shortages to cover up? Bringing you to the World Uncertainty Index here, maximum, way above the 2008 financial crisis, above COVID, above the dot-com bubble. We're into unknown lands at the moment. But again, rare comet visible for the first time in 170,000 years. That's whatever. Just move on. Tuesday, got a cup of coffee? Yeah, that one's going to be swinging by, coming by the sun. If it survives perihelion, we'll see what happens. Seems like the solar winds are blowing part of that tail into our planet. We'll see what melts or doesn't moving forward. It's not going to be debris. It's going to be plasma. Now, speaking of longer term cycles, let's jump over to Aknor Fort in Jammu, Kashmir, northern India, actually northwest. This fort's been here an enormous amount of time. Stories predating this. They have a lot of climatological records going back, way predating the British. So when they say they've never recorded a tornado in this area, take it with full authority. There hasn't been tornadoes in this area, and suddenly what we're seeing here are tornadoes dropping into the Jammu area. This was in Indian news back forth, but we didn't really hear about it. Such a rare event. It would be like a cyclone happening in the middle of winter in like Michigan coming from the seaside or something. Exactly like this. The funnel cloud so noticeable, and people were baffled at what they were seeing in the skies. And as it touched the ground and sent up this dust cloud, people didn't really understand what they were seeing. It was so far out of their range of things that could be. So you have to think your own life, like what's outside of your range, like a pink elephant running through your neighborhood on fire or something like that. That would be, you would like, what am I seeing? This is the same thing. Tornadoes really aren't in the vocabulary there. So what is happening disruption wise with the climate? But in our own tornado season right now, the velocity and just the sheer giant size and speed, like the velocity of these winds here, we're almost everything touching down is like a category 5. Would not surprise me if we're in the season of category 6s. It's just the wind speeds are unbelievable, but that would be expected in, well, magnetic field decline events as well as jet stream disruptions due to that same magnetic field decline, not locking everything in place. But then we come into the iron oxide dust storms is the best way to describe this. It's happening in multiple continents across the planet. That's the thing. This is in Australia for you. I mean, what's your reference point for something like this when the skies turn red and they taste like iron? And as well, you know, the dust storm's coming off, they got fires going on, and this is in Greece. Again, it's happening in many continents. Greece was happening to this, southern part of the Mediterranean, northern part of the Mediterranean. We're sitting over in Tunisia and also Algeria experiencing the same things. You know, this is happening in multiple locations. China had a report of this red, the best way to describe it is iron dust also occurring. You know, add into this the strange auroras over this last CME/solar wind event we had. You know, you're getting colors that aren't really normal, like the blues coming this far down in past the ionosphere into the lower atmosphere. Just really very strange electrical phenomenon happening across the planet. So again, you would ask yourself, is this something that's being covered up by showing you, directing you toward all these things that are natural? Because the last thing you want to do is spook the populace, right? This transfer of wealth that's going on currently, everything you're ever going to buy is going to be more expensive. That's just an extraction of wealth. So if you look at it in terms of, let's just talk about food for a second. The drought that's going on is, there's only been 3 times drought's been more intense than the one we're seeing. Dust Bowl, and then the 1950s, and now. That's it. So take a look in history and see where we sit on that. So food prices go up just because, well, there's not as many crops being grown. We've got Ukraine offline still. Some other places are experiencing disruptions, and the fuel's not going to be there. So that's just layer 1. The food's going to get more expensive, not enough grown. Then we come into the fuels. Okay, running the tractors is going to be more expensive. Then we come into the fertilizers. Fertilizer application is going to be more expensive if they can get it. If they can't, the decline in the yield, that's a 1-to-1 ratio, like a 1% non-application on a field is a 1% decline in crop yield. The transportation, they're adding at least 10% more for any transportation cost because the diesel fuel is on top of that. So once you get the food from the field, then it's going to cost more to get it. Plastics disruptions currently, so even packing this thing is going to cost more money to even get it packed in plastics to get it to you. Like every single step of the chain is going to go up in price, from dollars to nickels to dimes, and you know it's going to cost significantly more. They're talking about a full repricing of our world of at least 20% higher than anything experienced during COVID. This is the new leg up of the price you're going to have to pay to survive, and that is nothing more than wealth extraction from you to corporations, period. So let's talk about winter wheat for a second here. Black line is where we are. Green 2021, not such a stellar year either, but we are going to blow through that green line. There's been no rain. Also the contiguous, this is off the Palmer Drought Index and the contiguous US where the red arrow is. And if you take that red arrow and you just draw it left, the last time it was this intense of a drought during planting season was Dust Bowl era. And dropping in on El Niño, a well-known crop affector, is happening as we speak. We're switching from La Nina into neutral into super El Nino forecast for later in the summer into early autumn, super Niño. And you can look how the impacts on crops. So I'm looking in the red and the orange, and all I see is, yeah, that's a problem through India, parts of Africa, especially Australia, and they're already having fuel shortages. So what do you think is going to happen with crop production in Australia? I'm going to say, well, not much. So get expected for prices up there, especially with their wheat. looking out what they're expecting coming off of this Super Niño, as we can see coming out in a way, and so way out, we're going to be pulling. They expect this to possibly even touch out to Papua New Guinea as it evolves into the Super Niño. We'll see how it goes, but expect more chatter about record high temperatures across the planet. Here's your forecast coming in August, September, October, running through November, December, January. It's going to be the Super Niño, but you're going to peak out somewhere in there. Get ready for the headlines. Oh, and by the way, a headline you won't see in just a random slide I had laying around. Antarctica set new all-time cold temperature record for March at 105.5 Fahrenheit. History is rewritten. Did you hear about that in the news? I didn't either. Thought I'd bring it to you. So the crop planting, and you can just see layer upon layer, and then if El Nino does throw some disruption in there on top of the fuel and the war and everywhere else and things that are going awry in our crop yields, they're looking at a good 20% decline globally this year. But that was forecast anyway, with grand solar minima and magnetic field declines coupling in on themselves as well. So again, which one is scratching which one? Which tail is wagging which dog here? Because come at it from a really common sense point. Would you tell the world, hey, by the way, we're coming into magnetic field disruptions. There's this thing that comes around like once every 400 years. It's called a solar minima, grand solar minima, that's going to disrupt, and things are going to get cooler, and our the planting seasons are going to be awry for a minute, for about a decade and a half or so. Just brace for higher impact on food prices, disruption in the economy, and population migration. Just deal with it. It happens every 400 years. You can go back on a clock, and every 400 go back. Or would you try to mask it with something else as an excuse, like, oh, there's no diesel fuel, all the plastics are gone, the war in the Middle East, oh, that's what disrupted the 20% this year. It's actually going to be greater with those two culminating in and wrapping in on themselves. Hit that mic again. Greater than 20%. What's that going to do for our food price? And on to the fireballs. I talked about this in 2024 with my forecast, with the squaring of the gas giant. Said this was going to be gravitationally pulling, and it was going to send a channel of gravitational tug, and it was going to start hitting those fireballs in April of 2025 forward. Very clean on the videos talking about that, and here we go. March 2026, look at the amount of fireballs. These are very large events here, multiple states, millions of people witnessing it. And March 8th, 11th, 17th, 21st, 23rd. Now, this is just pretty much in the US and Europe, but what about over in Asia where they don't do as much reporting? You can probably double this at the minimum, because other places in the world like Africa, Asia, they don't have such a database to report into type things. So coming back to the October 23rd, 24th, planetary squaring, which I talked about in infinitum before the event, saying this marks this is a clean marker in time. That something significant from this point forward is going to happen. I was talking about gravitational welling, because if you look at the sun and you look at all the gas giant planets, what's happening? They're pulling everything into the face of the sun. All the gravitational heavies of the entire solar system are in a clean, very defined well of pulling things in from the outer solar system. And I kept referencing the last time this happened was 79 AD, a massive transition point for our world society at that time as well. So the Earth is actually on the back side of the sun in October, but where it would be in the front side of the sun is April. And how long would it take for the gravitational pull of all this to really start bringing an enormous amount of debris in? Yeah, 1 to 2 years. And here we are, and we're just the most fireballs, the largest ones, so many small ones. I mean, just incredible amounts of fireballs. Everybody's talking about this. I mean, if the Kabbalah is showing you how energies can be pulled in on a vortex using this same gravitational welling in terms of energies, well, would it not be as above, so below? If you're talking about on the human domain here in our chakras, would it not be the same with our planetary solar system on just a much larger scale? And this is the beginning of the fireballs. I'd said 2025 to look for the beginning of it. Not as many then, but here we are, just a short 2 years later. right on the call on April. I encourage you to watch the videos. I'm going to link them below so you can see exactly what I talked about. Looking for April for that gravitational pull of all that debris that's out in our outer solar system getting funneled in on that same V formation that was coming with the sun leading and all the gas giants behind. They had a full 6 months to gravitationally tug everything directly into that line. And here we are, massive fireball season. And do you think they're related? Maybe. And at the same time, the jet stream disturbances and the magnetic field declines further. And if you plug that thing into the Kabbalah, you're having half of it, which is a start of the cycle. And let me just throw an outlier to you here. This is the African Union's symbol. Wait, they're talking about something with light, photons coming off the sun and their era coming in. Well, if the jet streams are disrupted, Africa is going to have a double rotation crop grow season as the wetness and the precipitation patterns drop right back on there. Other places on our world dry out. North Africa and the Sahel get wetter, and this 6,000 year cycle repeats. But I'm really unsure of what this geoengineering program is really for. Is it to mask that? Cosmic radiation management? Is it something to do with amplifying electrical energies in the skies? I don't know. Drop a comment what you think it might all be for in the comment box below. And let me leave you with a moment of Zen. Life is strange. We come with nothing and fight for everything, but in the end, we leave everything and go with nothing. But as you're brought up through your schooling, they teach you to protect everything, don't they? Not a human race, but just your country. We all leave in the end. What are we fighting for anyway? Shouldn't it be the human race? Or is our planet under siege right now? And this divide and conquer is all about the invasion force, weakening humanity. That is the question for a Thursday night. Is the history we're told even correct? We're going to bring you over into Rome with the Theater of Marseilles. At the same time, all of these other factors are layering on top of, it seems like a destruction cycle, but then there was also one in Rome. So let's try to compare these two and see if the digital is the same as the mud. A moment of Zen in this wild world we're living in. The hologram bends one more time, but once you're in nature, look how vast that is. Just puts you right back into perspective. Empires want to be that vast, and this map is over time from the year 2000 at the very top all the way down to the bottom at 4000 BCE, which is 6,000 years prior. Now, there's one thing in common. As these empires expand, whoosh, they always snap back and contract into pretty much their original or even less of a footprint within the different continents. And that is a standard thing. At the far right, you got the red, which is the Chinese, and they kept expansion, come back, and you see they squeeze back into that center vein of exactly back to the, I guess, the home country. And you can look Rome as well, expanding out right around where the AD/BC mark is. Greece as well, it went super far out, very pointy, and snap back in again. And Europe, say from 1500 AD, it expands that light blue everywhere across the planet. Now, it seems that it's more of a digital expression. So that means the fiat currency needs to go away. So what's going to snap back this time, do you ask? All roads lead to Rome, every highway, byway. And, you know, it's more of a circular pattern that just kind of grew out from where the city center was. Central planning in terms of squares, it just, look at the difference of 2,000 years of natural evolution of where to live compared to the US and its grid system to send militaries with 4 lanes in any direction, anywhere, right there in the lower 48. Well, that would include Canada as well. Mexico, highway systems are there as well, but the difference in the planning. So you can also see where the nodes geometrically not forming out of organic growth, but a planned growth. And you can see where the nodes would be, those cities glowing off. And another picture of the lower 48 glowing is the blue, and that's the snow, is the above average. And that's 150% or more compared to your regular baseline average from the year 2008 all the way to the year 2025. That average for the amount of snowfall This is above or below it. So the East Coast of the US, and look all the way down to Florida. That's crazy right there in the panhandle, way more than 150%. But see, this is the thing I don't like. We got all this AI that can crunch the data, run the numbers, yet we just pegged the scale at 150. What if it was 700% more, a 7x? Why is that not shown to us? Why is it just squeezed in the 150? And like, don't we have the technology now to, get these bands wider to encompass greater amounts of information? And the brown is where there was a deficit of snowfall this year. Look at all the Western ski resorts. They were all talking about starving for snow this year. And with all this Doge and all these agencies looking in, we got a much better glimpse of how much there is to pay the retirees. And the inputs versus the drawdowns currently, as of, I guess, late 2025, projects at 2033. That red is a deficit. Social Security at that point will make everybody take a reduction cut. Now, I don't think that's going to be very well received. There's just not enough younger workers to carry this forward. And that rise, so 2035 is even going to be a wider gap of funding versus different taxes coming in. Now, the demographics, this is when a lot of people really started to retire, 2009, and pulling everything out, selling. But as we move forward to 2021, that's when the vid hit and people were just, I'm done. So there was a wave of retirement outside the norm, and it's continuing on its steady trend. So you can just forecast this out, go out to 2033, and we're well in above 22%. This comes from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. So that's the first part of it. Like the Social Security, not going to hold through. And you can see the math, just it's math, and you follow the curve along there. So right around 2033, what kind of problem do you think that would create here in the US when people are really starting to retire en masse? Like the baby boomers' children, 2 or 3 of them, maybe 4, they're all getting to the retirement age pretty soon as well, into 2033, 2035. Yeah, that whole entire next second generation after the baby boomers, they're all going to retire as well. But the money won't be there. Then what? What would the distraction be to reset an economy, all-encompassing reset? Because Berkshire Hathaway is definitely waiting all in cash for something to go. See, when their cash was in play, making money, it was making money. All of it was dispatched into some sort of income generating asset. But as we move forward, you notice Buffett was out in cash a lot around 2008 and 9 when things crashed as well. So to pick them up way on the cheap. That drawdown there that you see around the time of the vid 2022, there was an enormous amount of purchasing. So they were using that cash. So as it drops, that means they're using it. And then after that, the profit was made off of that dip. And then so far, they're liquid as can be, cash, treasury bills. So going this high, it sends a signal that they're waiting for something to crash, that they can pick it up, that they won't be locked in themselves, that they have something generating income while they're waiting for that next fall. So here, I wanted to break this down for you. Berkshire Hathaway, and this is all the additions and subtractions of everything they hold in their portfolio. So I narrowed it down for you because I'm interested in the reduced as much as the added. So as you go down there, you look, Apple, they reduced. Bank of America, reduction. Constellation, Pool, and then Amazon. Look at the drawing. Why 77% reduction in Amazon? Do they know something's not going to be delivered and the value of the company is just going to drop off a cliff or something? Then Atlanta Braves Holdings. What do they know? That nobody's going to be buying baseball tickets or any kind of merch or attending and going out to stadiums? I mean, the catering is not going to be there for a stadium. I mean, why would you sell that much in the 50%? It's down to consumables. Also another thing, gold's overtaken treasuries in the central bank's Forex reserves. So something's getting strange now. Now the entire economy is front running, saying, hey, gold's going to be part of the new economy or based on the new economy. And look, everybody has switched over knowing in advance this is all going to be part of the new economy. But you need an excuse for this all to kick off, that everything has to crumble because of some other, I guess, mechanism. Because a lot of people know. These are top CEOs, CFOs, the C class, exiting millions, tens of millions. These are all sells from all the top executives of companies. What do they see also coming? And then at the same time, we're supposedly at this bubble 2025, at like the peak of the housing prices, at least on this wave. Like the next wave, follow the wave up. You'll see it'll be even higher next time. But where AI has already taken a substantial chunk out like a piranha, finance and insurance job openings, meaning companies opening positions like, hey, come and work in our office. The higher it goes means there was way more job offerings out there than there were for actual people who wanted to take those jobs. Now the level is not very many offers at all because they've moved to AI and they don't need as many people in the offices. So this will trend down, but where you notice it also trends down, 2008-9. It was the same trend down like that, but it's vertical. Just, is where's it going to bottom out at 100 or 50,000? Woo, 50,000 jobs available in all of America for finance and insurance coming down. And you thought AI wasn't making its way through the financials. Here we go. Asset class return across arrows. I'm just going to focus in on the 2020 to 2025. What do you see? Gold, 18.4%. Global equities, well, yeah, you print more money goes in the stock market. What do you expect? It's going to go up, but it's inflated going up. It's not real value. It's inflation that's driving it up. And then real estate. So new power sources need to come out to bring us into this next world with all of this usage and need for continued, just like never ending amounts of electricity to be generated. So the zero pinch here, using the principles of plasma and electric current that surrounds us, that many an inventor have tried to pull out of the air to power devices. Never succeeded very much there. Let's take you back to the 1930s. I dropped down a dirt road onto a bridge, which was 50 feet above the waterline, but washed away during a flood. Now, this is in a semi-arid area anyway. So imagine the flood, 50 foot comes and completely wipes that bridge away. Then they built another bridge in 1957, much higher up. So think about time just for a second. This bridge was built in 1923. Like, you're telling me there was no other need in the historical past to put a bridge over this river, and suddenly just in the 1920s they did. What did we do all before that? Wait for low water and ride horses across it? Like, is our history that bumble-footed, really? Like, what happened in the last 2,000 years of time is the question. Did we not do anything in those 2,000 years? Theater of Marcellius for you here. Rome is what we're told. So as Rome was, what is your interpretation in your mind and your imagination? Rome, like, that was a seat of power. People all around, bustling business. It was a seat. It was a capital of the known world. The Vatican was there. The church was there. The amphitheaters were there. Previous emperors were there. Like, it was a city of opulence. This place was not neglected. The Theater of Marcellius, 1575 to be exact, lithograph. Notice the height of the doors. They're trying to show you it's the average height of an average person with the awning, making it look all pretty and everything. So seeing this, all right, there's people doing commerce there. It looks like a beautiful setting. Wow, there's, it looks like a nice shopping area, let's say, classic Roman. But this is what it is back in the 1920s and 30s. So from that, think about the depth of it, how it was. There's another person standing next to the door. So looking up in the shadows there, you can actually see where that second floor is that people had bricked in over the years and gated up, turn it into a solid building by filling in the walls. Now, notice below, again, you got shops there, some sort of, I don't know what it would be, but they did put drapes up. Looks very dilapidated, like it'd been around. You think this thing would have been better taken care of, or maybe there just weren't as many people around to do it. Because I'm looking at this saying, wait a minute, they should have all this extra time to fill. You're in one of the grandest buildings in Rome, and it wasn't maintained. I'm baffled how it couldn't be, unless there was just not enough manpower and something else happened. Then it suddenly gets busier. Like, there's just more people, there's more commerce suddenly. Like, where did that come from? Completely empty, and then suddenly there's commerce. And now bring us into the 1930s. They start to excavate it, and notice that the second floor where it was. But look on the first floor where those shops were that are only as tall as one person. Look how much earth they removed out of that. This thing gained some 12 feet. What you're looking on the bottom floor, that large arch, that was all filled in. That's only tall enough for where those were the stores were. On the bottom arch, for people walking in, where that fence is with the spikes on top, that's approximately the amount of earth, or even a little more than that filled in this complete complex. And that's what they were digging it out right here. And you can see the dig out. You're telling me that this place was so inundated and full of earth and mud If people didn't have enough extra time and energy to dig that out, knowing that this thing was feet of possible empty space below you if you dug it out, but they didn't. They just bricked over it. Nobody had enough energy or time to do that, but notice how really deep those columns were. And I just can't get at it here of why was this not maintained during the time. So imagine in the Roman era, it was, it was the seat of power. So what would cause the seat of power go to a place that was so neglected that you saw, so filled in with earth over the couple of centuries that nobody took care of it, but a perfectly even laid layer of earth had been settled in there. Some kind of massive flood that had come in, all evenly with the hills. You saw where they were digging out of that. So what kind of reset was that? And what kind of manpower would it have taken at that time to dig out all of Rome or parts of it that deep with just hand shovels, apparently, is what we're told with the history. So is what we're told what we're being told, or are we just in the middle of another cycle being played? That's the question. Too many things layering off, too many things in history that can be rewritten for this to be a coincidence. Inflation running hot. Everything you buy is going to cost you so much more based on what's happening out here in Asia and the disruptions from the Middle East. I'm here in Asia, and it's exactly like the C-19 out here, not affecting things back home. But as soon as it hit, whoa, blindsided. Well, this is going to blindside you with your pocketbook. Inflation, what inflation? A package of ground beef costs the same as it did last month. And isn't that the talking point? Don't worry about this. It's going to be limited. We're America. We have a lot of energy. We have refineries. Oh, wait, our diesel price is up 41%. It's a global market. So unless we start segmenting off continents and have regional pricing, you're going to get dragged along like everybody else is in this whole conundrum of rising everything, rising gas prices, rising diesel, rising natural gas. Oh, wait, that's cut off. So is the helium for all types of production for electronics and semiconductor chips. It just goes on and on and on. Oh, fish. Let's talk about fish off the plate. And it's starting in 5 nations so far, but it is going to go around the world like it did in C-19. Get ready for fish shortages. Surge in diesel prices triggered by the war. Thailand's fishing fleet, at least 50% of them are staying in every single day. So for example, there, the diesel prices were 38.9 baht, which is a little over $1, about $1.20. Let's round it off there. That was up from 29.94 in a single day after the government stopped the subsidies. Why? Well, it became too expensive for the government to run the subsidies to keep the citizens fed and the protein sources coming in. So everybody's on their own. So you get a look at what happens when governments won't subsidize or stop subsidies because of, well, financial pain right onto you. Dutch fishing fleet idle. Fuel bills were 12,000 euros, let's say $13,000, $14,000, and now it's up around 30,000 euros. So that has doubled, effectively putting the Dutch fishing fleet on hold. Their entire bills now are double. So I got a little more off William Middlecook's feed here. Half the Dutch fishing fleet and then half the Thai fishing fleet in. You know, similarity? Only the ones that are really of large size that can absorb that have their own fuel stocks, can continue to operate. So let's even make it at the high end. $15,000 for a weekly fuel bill before the war. Now they're at $34,000, over double. They're going to operate at a loss until what happens? Until the fish prices come up, and then they can make a profit again. Which that means you pay way more. So just using Grok, asking it to jump through the different headlines and give me the media source for stories about fishing fleets being, well, affected by this and limiting their catch. Thailand, United States, U.S. shrimp. So you're thinking about shrimp in, that sort of thing. Netherlands, Europe, Dutch, UK, Bangladesh, Philippines, Australia, India. So the playbook is going to remain the same. This is a perfect example of once you understand what's happening in another place, copy paste is going to go on. First thing, they're going to remove fuel subsidies for fishermen. Okay, that'll drive up the cost 25%, maybe a little more. At that point, they're going to be running about half the fleet because only the very largest at that point can get those to invest in. Hey, we'll give you a certain percentage return.
just give us the money for the fuel, we'll kick you back something later on. Like that's the kind of operations that are large enough that can guarantee some sort of issuance or some sort of collateral that they can get that money. Smaller cannot, so they're going to be stuck in port. Advantage to the bigs again. The fish is going to go up in price astronomically to go well past what the diesel price increases are, so they can operate at a profit once again. There's definitely a ratio on this one. So if diesel fuel goes up 25%, half the fleet stays in port. So that means your fish price needs to at least go up 50%, possibly double. And I would imagine as these diesel prices keep increasing, that's going to have to be doubling and then tripling to make it economical for fishing fleets to go out and troll and do what they do for their catch. A lot of fish is going to be taken off the plate. It's just simply not going to be there in the supply chains because a lot of the smallers, especially for local markets first. Now, those wholesalers like Costco and Walmart that are getting fish from around the planet, fish farms, etc. But anything that's actually wild caught in the oceans, going to be a conundrum. So again, check the box. End of the gold decades, they wanted everything farmed fish. No more fleets using the ocean, and this goes directly into that. I'm seeing a lot of parallels in the end of the decade goals with actually what's occurring on the ground. Can't fly, don't fly, more expensive, can't get out of there. Fishing fleets can't harvest the oceans, got to have farmed fish, which are going to be controlled. It all seems to fit right now. It's somebody taking advantage of the situation. I would absolutely say yes, but this is going to be the playbook for you. Fish up for sure. Good news on the side, Ethiopia with the increased above ground precipitation, meaning more rainfall on a 4,000-year pattern. 29 million tons makes it Africa's top producer. Bravo to them to take advantage. And Ethiopian Renaissance Dam and a lot of others cranking constant electricity. Ethiopia is going to be the winner. Their GDP is going to skyrocket past anything. Constant electricity and now constant agricultural production. Yeah, that's a recipe for win on that. Breaking, Egypt has ordered energy saving measures. This is another going to be a copy paste across the planet here, and it is in advance. Shops and restaurants have to close by 9 p.m. on weekdays, 10 p.m. on weekends. And Sunday, you got to work from home. So these numbers that you see, 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., I am sure they're going to come down just like they did during C19. And speaking of Egypt, they're like, we're not playing the Middle East game. We're going to get Libyan oil. Oh, wait, didn't they have a problem with the U.S. in there with Libyan oil? I think they did. But the 1.2 million barrels from Libya is now going to come out. So you can see how this whole thing is becoming like a secondary oil front. So Russia's off 40% exports. Oh, by the way, they stopped exporting gasoline yesterday. No more gasoline exports. China, no more gasoline, diesel, jet fuel exports. Major suppliers on the planet not exporting anymore. All the downstream stuff, which I'll come in tomorrow's video talking about through Asia and how it's going to affect everything. I mean, everything that you buy in your pocketbook. And then we see this, well, if there's an alternative source that's not under Western control, quote unquote, that's going to be coming into, well, other Arab nations up there. So Egypt says, we're not going to play the game. We're going to go get our oil from our neighbor over there. So anticipate something in Northern Africa to begin as well, especially if the payment's in something other than US dollars. This whole thing's about BRICS control anyway. Have you noticed that? They're giving one excuse, but really it's all about keeping the dollar as supreme on the planet as for purchasing for everything. They're drifting away from that. Even the Straits of Hormuz, Iran was now saying, we want payment in Chinese yuan. And they're like, well, that's not a global standard. Yeah, right. It's not. But imagine the dent in and the gravitation toward and away from the dollar because it would be accepted. How do they say that? Chinese death by 1,000 cuts. Yep, that's the one. Over to Ethiopia, staying in Africa. All public institutions, state-owned enterprises, non-essential employees go on annual leave. Well, we saw something like this, C19. They've already practiced. Going to be pretty easy to do this in like a snap of a finger. And an interesting chart here for sailings of vessels. So this is an interesting fact here. Peak COVID lockdown led to 8 million barrels a day of oil demand destruction, the largest in history up to that point. Well, the current supply is twice as large. We're about 16 million barrels. So what's happening? The lockdowns during the vid are not going to be strong enough. They're going to have to go to something different this time. Easy to understand chart. White is oil tankers, blue is fertilizer shipments, for example. Down to almost nothing on either of those. So what it's really talking about is everything we experienced, let's say 2020 to 2023, on how to save energy, how to do things more efficiently without having people travel all over the place. That is only going to be 50% effective during this event right now. And if, I'm just saying if Iran were to strike that east-west pipeline in Saudi Arabia, taking 7 million more barrels off. Now, if they get nasty, they'll do that. That would take us into, something so far beyond. I just don't know how the world would handle that. I've been trying to game it out, look at the different scenarios. So, for example, in Asia, cohesive societies, they're going to do what is required to continue through. They've done this through history. So that's going to be a no-brainer. It's just going to jump in. Okay. First thing they're going to just say is no private vehicles driving anymore. Everybody takes public transport. And people will be like, right, okay, we got a full, huge, gigantic, well-oiled transport machine, at least across, most of Asia. Not in America, almost zero. It's going to be difficult if they tell you to quit driving, like drive 1 to 2 days a week. Oh, people are going to be belly aching, screaming, jumping up and down. Here, over there, but all right, everybody going to do public transport. Things are going to be busy. You're going to have to adjust your times, but deal with it. And when this finishes, Asia is going to repair first because all the oil's coming back here first. America going to get stuck in a quicksand with great white sharks and the piranhas pulling it back down, right? So things will work here first. Now, if it goes to that point where then, at that point, the economy suffers so much that even public transport's not working. The next step will be actually starting cutting and requiring different industries to stop producing. Now, when that happens, then everything you buy in America, it just literally won't be there because it takes months to turn these facilities back on. There's already a semi-plastic shortage being talked about here. They're slowing production in almost all the plastic facilities that are being produced. At least, there's the ones in Malaysia, there's those in Thailand, the ones up in China. They're slowing down to a trickle, to the very minimum input to keep those factories going right now. That is their first line of defense. Like the amount of plastics being produced is slowing down. So any prepackaged things, that's going to be affected as well. They're going to try to run these plastics factories as long as they can at the minimal input. They have a certain minimum to go in there to even have enough pressures to extrude something or whatever. That's first. They get to the point where they cut them down. It's a full stoppage of plastic production. But at the same time, it takes 30 days or more to get those back up and running again. And again, after this thing is finished, there will be energy that would be distributed. But again, it'll just backfill channels that were empty first. And then it'll start to front fill to where production can start again. But that could be anywhere from 1 to 2 months. This whole thing, stepping back, taking a look at where these disruptions are. Like plastics are a needed thing in our world. And as much as I hate it, I wish we could go back to the 1970s and just do glass like we did. When I was a kid, there was no plastics, barely at all. Everything was glass and cardboard. That's it. I wish we would revert back to that. But everybody being so conscious now of energy. In a moment of Zen here for Italy. Need to relax our minds as we jump into the next set of variables here. You can always escape in nature and just dust this off your brain for a few hours. Diesel price increase, and this is just in the first month. Now, as the longer this goes, the higher these go also. So Philippines is the most affected so far, 81% plus increase. And we got Nigeria, which, again, they're a major oil producer. That missing piece of their refineries. How did they put themselves in such a situation where they didn't build any refineries, yet they're just net exporters, buying back the stuff at a huge premium markup? Malaysia, again, this is a problem. They import a huge amount of diesel and gasoline from Russia and China, yet they export a huge amount of gasoline up to Taiwan. So there's already a break in that. Vietnam, Singapore, same thing. They're a huge importer. They just repackage the gas and then send it to Taiwan. That's going to get hit up here. But as we get down the line here, 41% increase in diesel price in America. How is that even possible? We have some of the largest refineries and the largest oil production on the planet, yet our prices went up that much. I'd see a big capital scam written on top of this thing. And as we come all the way down, look at Russia, India, and Saudi Arabia. That's what it should look like. Producers and refiners, they should be at near zero increase, not 41% like the US. That's just travesty. Canada, you're just as bad. And the double-edged sword here, Cambodia, what they did is they reduced the import duties and taxes on petrol and diesel, thereby government absorbed that, but that'll go on for a while. But the hard part is to put the taxes back on after the emergency's over, because people will be like, whoa, our gas dropped anywhere from 10 to 20% in price just on taxes. That's going to be a hard sell to just slap that back on again. They're going to get a lot of people protesting that alone. I think that's why governments don't want to really jump into this as a possible scenario, because it's going to be in their face on really how much they're being scammed on all the taxes for everything. Price increase since start of the war. War's inflationary. Heating oil 77%, European natural gas 71%, and you just go down. The urea's fertilizer, so that's 50%, 77% so far in the U.S. because we import a lot of that. And just base fertilizer, probably NPK versus just 4600, which is the urea. Just hard to there's different grades and levels of the fertilizer. Palm oil, see, that's an edible, so that's going to just drive up food costs for most people. Rice as well, 7% up. Those are foodstuffs. People they get hurt on that. So I was looking, and I found a sort of a flow chart, for a better term here. The fertilizer wall, number one on the top left, it shows you that fertilizer spikes. And we see it's more than that now, than 30%, which leads to feedstock or protein increases in price. And they hit a wall there too, because a lot of the crops grown feed cattle. And then we get a dairy and meat shortage. And then, once that unravels a sliver, they call it a global feed chain fracture. That means all the feed for all the animals just gets disrupted, whether it's chickens or turkeys or cattle or whatever, lambs, sheep, goat. And then the packaged plastic and wall, we're hitting that here already. So just FYI, plastics are going to be a huge thing that are going to disrupt even more, because you can't package it. You're going to have to rethink an entire packaging system. That doesn't get done in a month. That gets done in like multiple years. And then the last mile logistics, meaning diesel gets super expensive, and then the move things from point A to point B, going to cost you more money. So everybody look along this chain, more money, more money, more money. If you remember In Living Color, funny show. I wish comedy was comedy again. That was just such a classic back in the day. Jim Carrey and all that up in there. This is everywhere, every step of anything you can purchase in the food supply chain, especially the plastics. It's just going to cost more. So again, how do you protect yourself against that? How do you get ready for it? Well, growing your own food is probably the first biggest, defense wall you can put up. Knowing your farmers, canning your own, drying your own. Okay, those are other little walls in front of the large wall. Unless you got your birds already up and running and you're hatching out and you got incubators to hatch, you're going to have to think of something quick with the proteins. And speaking of birds, what was all these crows in Israel? Look at all these crows coming in. And nobody can explain it. Like crows in China are a bad omen. Excuse me. If you get this many crows coming in your city, people are very, very, very frightened. Crows always signal something not good is coming your way. It's almost like they can sense it, Crows are pretty intense. Just like everything that's going out of control, it's hard to even know where to squeeze the news in. I appreciate you watching this one here. But, just the disruptions that are visible in front of us, it's going to get squirrely at best. So even as of today, it looks like even more things have gotten shattered. Like they went after the power plants in Iran, and Iran said, you do that, we're going to just start destroying the desalination plants and more refineries, and it's just going to keep going. But that aside, the big thing, the one number thing that you need to look for is this east-west pipeline. If that gets taken out, then that takes 7 million barrels a day off the planet's supply in 1 second. It goes to zero as a destroyed pipeline would. That 7 million barrels off the pipeline would send most stock markets down 70% or more. There's just be no economic activity. Like if that gets hit, Great Depression is probably equivalent of what you would expect coming out of that. Not that many countries have their own refineries and energy production capability. We could run flat out in America and supply ourselves, but there would still be restrictions. Other countries, not a chance. Like look at Nigeria, they just produce. They don't have any way to, make fuels out of that. Or I don't know any cars that you can just pour oil into and it burns. Bunker fuel, yeah, you could probably get away with that, and some dirty fuels over in some ships, but not land transport. Maybe retooling an engine to do that would be a thing. Who knows? But whoever could figure that out and get it up lightning fast, but still, you're talking months and months and months of R&D on that. Even in local, just like DIY people across the planet doing things, it would still take them a month or two to figure it out. Disruptions are here. This is the completion and the last step in the end goals for the end of the decade. Check the boxes. Like, this is it. This takes us to the end of the decade. Everything that was forecast and foretold that it would be. A lot of people thought it was the vid. I thought it was too. It disrupted so much that it took us a giant step toward the end of the decade goals. But now this one in earnest is it. There's absolutely unequivocally no other thing that it could be. And it's going to drag all the way to the end of the decade here. You got 3 more years of this to 2029. And by that point, everything will be so incredibly different. It'll just be hard to match this world we're even living now, which is completely different than the one in 2018. To rematch it again, might as well be living on Mars by the end of 29. So just mentally get yourself ready for it. This is the massive change that most people were looking for, that push us over the edge into this new world. Americans warned, stay indoors, toxic air. Middle East goes south overnight. Aluminum taken offline, helium not going to be delivered. All consumer electronics affected. Tungsten, the maximum amount of oil now being even further reduced. Plastics are going to be affected. And Maersk container ships are putting in a new fuel surcharge. Fishing fleet's not able to leave, and now Dutch fishing fleet and Thai fishing fleet take the fish off the menu, and now stores are closing 9 p.m. That's going to be a thing around the world, so get ready for it. Starting off with a strange one here. Americans warned, stay indoors, toxic air. Spread across the southeast U.S. 200-mile wide cloud of dusty, toxic something. Look for your local news to figure this one out. I just don't get it myself. Bringing it to your awareness, though. Also, y'all traveling through Hong Kong, be aware. Anything you have electronic, China government can say, open it or you go to prison. This includes your mobile phones, your hardware wallets if you're into the crypto, and any of your devices, laptops. You don't open it, you go to jail. That's interference, obstruction. They'll hold you there forever, and you probably don't want to be in a Chinese prison during these times. And just to put it into perspective, like, the most oil we're ever going to get in this conflict is happening right now. So if this goes on, which all factors look to be, it's going to go another 2, 3, 4, 6 months, however long it is, going longer for sure. We are at the maximum amount of oil that will ever come out at this moment. So all this disruptions we're seeing, this is the least amount of disruption that we're going to see. Case in point here, this is the East-West pipeline from Saudi Arabia everybody's talking about. They call it the Yanbu, and it's loading tankers over in the Red Sea. Now, currently it's at max production. About 7 million barrels are coming out of this. And you can see the tracking, how it's moving. Most of that's outbound for Asia. Let's continue. They need to update the chart from the 4 days ago up until today, where they've officially declared 7 million barrels coming out, going to Asia, not anywhere else. And at the same time, 40% of Russia oil capacity just got whacked overnight in some drone strikes. So we got 2 areas of the planet that are disrupted. So anything that was receiving Russian energy, wink, wink, China, is going to be disrupted. And China's not going to have that. Their Iranian oil is disrupted, but they're not all about letting that go for very long. And pointing to things that are going to make your life, everything you buy, more expensive. Container ships are now starting, just like they did with the airlines in COVID, fuel surcharges. We saw the thing in 2008, fuel surcharges. Well, now we're back on fuel surcharges for container shipping, soon to be airlines, if you can get a flight at all. They're planning to ground. Remember, check the box at the end of the decade. Weren't they planning to have less flights? Are you going to fly once a year or something? We're right close to that, and you're going to pay more for every single product because of this fuel surcharge. They're calling it an emergency bunker surcharge, EBS, not an emergency broadcast system, but same, close enough. Every single product is going to cost more. Now, this goes right along with the store closures that will soon sweep the planet. It's got to be an IEA directive. International Energy Agency says so. Got to listen to them. Egypt imposes business curfew to counter soaring fuel costs. Every business now needs to close at 9 p.m. There's canaries in the coal mine, and then there's canaries in the coal mine. This is the latter, helium. Produced by natural gas production as a byproduct. You need it for everything electronic, MRI scanners, anything in your phones, laptop computers, and the production itself of semiconductor chips. Without this, we have no high tech on the planet. 30% of it is offline. Did a little research on it, so let's look. Force majeure, obviously coming out of Qatar. They're force majeuring also on the natural gas deliveries. Everything's getting disrupted. So walk this down. This brings us into the 30% range. The overall effect of a 30% global helium reduction, I did some research yesterday in Grok. People are going to move to alternative gases, i.e. argon, blends for welding. So other gases are going to be instantly expensive and instantly swooped off the market. So if you're in that arena, just jump forward a step or two on the chessboard and see where this is leading. You need to secure your supplies now. Semiconductor, aerospace, data centers, going to be greatly, greatly disrupted. So what would a 30% reduction do? As always, price spikes, rationing, yield drops, production slowdowns, higher costs. So I wanted to see the companies myself that I might short, not financial advice, but just looking to see who's going to lose the most money out of this helium-related revenue share. TSMC, that's Taiwan Semiconductor, 100% of their revenue comes from helium-related businesses, i.e. the semiconductor chips. So SK Hynix, Micron Technology, Intel, and Samsung Electronics. So you can see Intel, 95% plus, is going to be of their revenue share cut. Now, Samsung, obviously more diversified. They're only going to be hit about 35% on their overall revenue. So that'll translate into the stock prices as well. So I'm looking at the top three there, TSMC, SK Hynix, Micron. This is going to disrupt them greatly. Their stock prices, just saying, based on the disruptions in available production, unless they jack the prices tremendously, is going to hit their bottom line. And Mario Nawfal, one of my faves, you got to check him out over on X. Christiane Lagarde, the damage from the war is done. Nobody's going to know that's going to hit him out of the blue. She pointed out to most investors, helium is critical for making advanced chips. Qatar, helium gone dark. We are going dark ourselves on the electronics. Now, this could be a good thing. If you believe that the march forward of the data centers and this track trace world that we're moving into needs to be stopped, this is going to at least partially disrupt it. Now, with that being said, emergency supplies could be diversified and moved into different places and targeted straight for semiconductor chips. Let's say there's another disruption. There's only 70% of the helium on the planet. So governments might come together and say, anything that's not essential for helium production, even the MRI machines, y'all surfs down at the bottom of the pyramid. You don't need that good of healthcare. You can just deal with the old stuff we have. All the helium is going to go up to semiconductor chip production, which is still going to cost tremendously more based on these. How much more are they going to pay for their helium? You know, obviously the biggest company in the world doing this, they have some reserves, but they also have a lot of pull with the manufacturers. But there's going to be some dents into some bottom line here. And my third on my list, probably Micron Technologies would be one that might get hit the worst. I'm just doing the research. There's going to be some pullbacks in your availability to buy electronics, consumer electronics. So, you know, jumping a couple chess moves forward, if you're thinking about buying something new, and I hate the consumptive model, and it's just ridiculous on this way that things break so quickly. But if you're really like, damn, I really need a new computer, it's failing every time, you might want to get one now, just based on the disruption seen for, you know, those components going into our consumer electronics. There's going to be a backlog of that for sure, and prices are going to go way up on all of this. So just a distant early warning. What's not a distant early warning is everything in our life on anything that we could possibly do is going to go up, from the food prices, the fuel prices, from the electronics prices, to anything you buy, anything manufactured. It's all going up based on this. So universal basic income going to have to be the solution. And UAE aluminum conglomerate, significant damage to 4% of the world's aluminum, plus every other thing that's locked behind. We're well into the 15, 16% already of aluminum disruption on the planet. This just adds in another whole layer of nastiness. Let's talk about tungsten. Tungsten, what's your function? If you remember the old cartoons, we're talking tungsten. China producing nearly all of it on the planet, except for Vietnam, Russia. I don't think they're going to be too quick to give it away. So that is another one that's going to skyrocket in price. And I encourage you to just do the research. What's tungsten involved in for our world's daily lives? Plastics. Oh, they're going to be disrupted too. So Asia produces 60% of global plastics, but their LNG supplies are being disrupted. So there's already some slowdown in the plastics production. They're able to like dial the plants back for a minute until they can't, and they got to turn it off. But when they turn it off, it takes a long time to get it racked up again. So that's why they're trying to slow production, at least as the first emergency move. They have some backup, and 80% of that gas that moves over with the oils to produce plastics disrupted. Disruptions in the supply of energy resources from Asia is going to spread to Europe. Asia's buying all the LNG from the US that was originally destined for the EU, which means the EU just got cut off. So all those promises that America will save you, superhero. We're going to send you all the natural gas because you can't get it from Russia because we blew up the pipeline. That is not going to happen. That gas is going to Asia. 11 LNG tankers. That is an enormous amount. And the reason they're sending it here is the world's production is here. That cannot cease. Like as long as they can stretch out product production out here, everything else is going to be clipped off at the vine until they come down to the main stem. We're coming into a disruptive period. I would highly suggest you get your gardens in and maybe buy that extra one or two things you were putting off, but you really might need. You're going to have to get it now because it's going to be A, more expensive when you get it, and then B, it might not be available. They're talking about, 3-day-a-week open grocery stores. That kind of disruption, how you think you're going to get new electronics or new water filter or new air filters for your furnaces? I would highly suggest going and buying a couple of those 5-packs for your furnace or for your HVAC unit, whatever it is. Those are the first things will be disrupted. And, you're going to damage your equipment if you don't have those filters in there. You can reuse those in a pinch. There's all kind of things we can do. You're going to learn the word recycling with a capital R pretty quick here. Because the LNG disruptions are now, these are all the fertilizer plants in India that are affected, either slowed down or completely shut. India was a major exporter of fertilizer anyway, along with Russia and China, but they've all said no more fertilizer for the world. We're keeping it for ourselves. So the top ag producers on the planet are like, not enough for everybody. We need to feed our people first. Have you gotten that message? Nobody else matters except, the country and the government. So urea price is spiking. This Loch Ness monster, this thing is going way higher. They need extra band. They're getting 800, 900,000, 1,200 for sure going on this one here. Even back like 2011, this thing was screaming at 1,200. So they need to add some more bars in. This is going to continue upward. And all you have to do is it's a 1-to-1 correlation. The higher the blue line goes, the higher your food price goes. Kind of simple like that, real easy math. And the LNG, where does it go? Well, Qatar, they're not exporting anymore, but most of that went to Asia. China, India, Taiwan, Pakistan, South Korea, Kuwait, Italy, Bangladesh, Japan, Singapore, Thailand. Thailand's fishing fleets. Oh, should I mention those? They are not going out. They're only going partially out. 50% of the boats, maybe. And then the Dutch fishing fleet is also not going out. It's too expensive. I'll come to that in tomorrow's video. Energy risk. This is the LNG that travels through the Straits of Hormuz, not going out. And the piracy, apparently in the Philippines, they're already on it. That you can make some extra money if you have a tanker full of something nobody can get. Oh, let's just take a moment of zen here. Look at a beautiful volcano. Oil shocks and inflation every time the Fed was wrong. So how wrong were they? Well, they were 4x wrong on the oil embargo in the 1970s. They were nearly 50% wrong on the revolution in Iran in 1979. They were almost another 4 times too low on the Russia, USA, Ukraine intervention. And if they're already at least 4 times off on the previous calls, and we're at the Iran war now at 3%, we're going to be easily at that middle mark of the 79 Iranian revolution at 14, 15%. But I would say this one's a little different animal here. This one has disrupted so much, so far, so wide. And the very center of all the production of the energy going across the planet is damaged for years. That was 3 to 5 years is most estimates for anything to come online again. So the natural gas, the helium production, part of the aluminum production, there's just so much that's damaged. The ports are damaged, loading facilities, storage facilities, pipelines, networks of pipelines, it's all literally up in smoke. Just the amount of repair to do to that could drive industries and GDP to like astronomical heights just to get it repaired. But isn't that the point of war? To break it all, destroy it all, and then rebuild it as a new prosperity era? This is not going to come back quick. Even if the Straits of Hormuz open tomorrow, just too much damage for anything to come back into normal life again. Years from now, it could. Even just to get all the snarled traffic out of there to the correct place it should go, that would still take over a month. So the ongoing like effects of this, it's going to be months and months and months. That's why I'm saying please prepare now, because we'll be in mid-summer by that time in the Northern Hemisphere, middle winter in Southern Hemisphere. You could have had your gardens up by then. Lettuces, tomatoes, squash, pumpkins, all kind of super herbs and different types of tradables that people have wanted through history. What could you grow? Depends on the state you're in. Some places you can grow tobacco, other places you can grow other types of leafy greens, nuts in some states. There's always a tradable out there. And then how can you take that and turn it into a more high value product is the question. If you wait and just rely on other systems to support you, I'm sorry, you are going to be in the breadline waiting with everybody else who didn't move to action. Not to scare you, just to say, please, there's a million ways to get prepared for this. As we come in, there's a huge amount of canning. Like we did canning and dehydrating for the last several years. We had walls full of things. One of my neighbors, genuine gem, she gets up and she cans everything. Her and her husband, they got walls of canned goods. It can be done. Just whatever you find in season that there's a plentiful, and it gets cheaper when there's a lot of it. Buy extra and can it, store it, dehydrate it. Some of the dehydrators we bought were about $200. They were air dry. They weren't like freeze dried or anything. But what if you went in with a couple neighbors and you bought one and everybody chipped in $30? You got 4 people, you get a lower end of the line one. I would encourage getting something medium to higher end, because you're going to be using it a lot and you don't want it to break, and you want that thing lasting for, at least in my opinion, a solid year of solid usage. I mean, like all the time. Whatever you can buy cheap to dehydrate, throw it in a jar, save that. Can you grow your own food? Can you hunt? Do you know how to raise animals? Like there's super easy things to raise. Bantam chickens are probably my number one. If you can do those, they're quiet. They don't really require that much effort. They give you a nice, when I say a little egg, takes about 2.5 of those, maybe 3. When they first start laying to equal 1 chicken egg. You can load hundreds of those. And if you get hungry, you can eat a bunch of them. Other larger animals, visible, not a good idea. They require a lot of maintenance. You're going to have to put up fences, and they're probably going to, if they get out even one time, they're going to destroy everything you put up. So if you're not familiar with bigger animals, don't do it. Canning, growing, hunting, and all the fishing. If you got a pond near you, you might want to learn how to fish again. But there's going to be others around there that are going to fish with you, because everybody's going to go for the protein sources. Food is going to get, like I say, some of these plans I'd seen, they're going to start closing supermarkets and allowing them open 3 days a week. And that'll coincide with some sort of, you're allowed to drive 1 day a week, and hopefully those overlap and your license plate number overlaps on a day a grocery store is open. They're trying to finagle something like this. Not in the US immediately, but guaranteed it's a copy paste across the planet. Look what happened in 2020-21. These things are all in motion. If this continues, and it does seem to be continuing, take a look at, a great basket case is typically what's happening in Australia first. Like what's happening in Australia, those 2 countries, that's the playbook for the rest of the planet. So I have been doing a lot of research on Australia. I encourage you to do it too, because what's happening there and New Zealand both is coming to a town near you. Even though we have the most epic energy resources on the planet in America, they're still going to try some of the same playbook. So get ready for it. If you're in a nation that depends on more imports, that sort of thing, you're going to absolutely witness this and see it. So just don't come at it as fear. Just come at it as, all right, I know there's a problem coming. We need to prepare for this. We need to have the conversations about this with our families. And then we need to move to action, not because you're afraid, because you see the reality of what is happening. People get ready for hurricanes. They know on the forecast map, a hurricane, a cyclone, a typhoon is coming. You see all the wood gets bought out, everybody getting rid, but those who got ready early or have their own prepared, wood stack because they lived there for 15 years and they always have their own wood now because instead of buying it one off, they're always ready because they prepared. They're not afraid living there biting their fingernails, OSB stack. They're just saying, okay, we got the wood in case hurricane comes. We'll just, use the same holes and screw it all back in again. I encourage you to do and become something that we have in our pioneering past. Get more self-sufficient. Learn who grows food in your neighborhood, in your area, where your farmers are, and learn these skills. Everybody knew from the 1930s back, everybody knew how to can, garden, hunt, prepare meats, salt meats, dehydrate. They knew how to do all that just as like a basic daily, like you know how to brush your teeth. We're going to roll back to that. So please get ready. This is just a tip of the iceberg of disruptions in just the last, say, 24 to 48 hours, getting verified and validated that it's increasing in intensity enough to disrupt now just everything on our planet manufacturing wise. The tip over the rollover point was pretty much these last 2 days. Before it was conjecture, would it, wouldn't it? But now it's been verified that it is. So, it took that almost full month for it to occur. And then finally we're getting the validation 4 weeks after. Well, if you would have seen this, a week ago or two, you could have jumped ahead and prices would have been a little bit cheaper because this is not stopping. Their forecasts are going out another, 4 months on this thing, at least, maybe 6 to the end of the year, maybe. Let me do the math on my 10 fingers. Yeah, we still have almost that many months left in the year. Please get ready. Get your families ready. And if you can't, and you got the money and you don't have the time, check out some of the sponsors right here, trueleafmarket.com. Heirloom and organic seeds for any grow zone on the planet. I love their seeds, really high germination rate. Haven't had a bad batch yet for anything we bought, and they have an amazing selection of just seeds of different variant plants, superfoods, and that sort of thing you want to toss into your garden or on your fence line or around your house. But you give yourself the peace of mind that you have prepared the best you can for these changes, and that's what it's all about, and that's what this channel is about. Please share this with friends, family, get them in on the conversation, and our world is never going, as much as our world never went back to the normal it was supposed to from 2020, this is going to take us so far outside that range that you won't recognize this place. We still have some semblance of what the world used to be like. Some things are still, working and, sort of, but it's very different, but there are some similarities that give you some, okay, the world's kind of the same. It didn't go back to normal, but it's sort of similar. This one, at the end of this one, nothing will be the same. We'll be on a different planet is the disruption that we're facing here. You ready for another lockdown? It's here. This time it's going to be because of fuel, not COVID. So what are we seeing here? But you can get ready for more and more restrictions. So let's walk through them, what you can expect, and maybe a timeline going out. But here's your playbook. And the reason I'm saying this is worldwide, they are talking about working from home again, 4-day work weeks, driving less. You're going to have to carpool. You're going to have to not fly as much. You're going to, wait a minute, that checks the boxes of almost all these goals a little bit further into the future that we're hearing, isn't it? You'll have to have permission to drive your car. Let's dive into it, starting with the IEA, sheltering from oil shocks. These are the 10 measures right now to reduce impacts on households and businesses. With your billion-dollar budgets, could you please do better graphics? This is horrible. This is like a third grader put this together. Just constructive criticism. Could you not scrape an emoji off the internet, off Emojipedia or something, and at least do? We'll start on the left. Alternate day car access in big cities, meaning even or odd license plates or letters, whatever they're using going into a city, increase car sharing, drive commercial vehicles efficiently, and then we got lower highway speeds. We saw that in the 70s, 55 miles an hour, avoid air travel on the far right. A little bit easier for you to read it with this, list here. Work from home when possible. Right at the top, encourage public transport. South Korea announces mandatory fuel rationing, and check, right on cue. Vehicles at public institutions barred from operating 1 day each week and a 5-day license plate rotation. Hey, that sounded like alternate day car access in big cities. Breaking: South Korea has started a nationwide energy saving campaign, urging people to take shorter showers, ride bicycles for short trips, charge phones and electric vehicles at night, not to strain the grid during the middle of the day. I mean, I had to laugh. So, like, take a shorter shower. That's going to save the energy crisis. Oh, come on. This is maniacal and absolutely ridiculous, the things. But again, 2022, what did they ask us to do? Some of the ridiculousness is being just recycled, maybe adding a little bit different fabric softener on it, but it's going through the wash again. Vietnam, check. Work from home, prices spike. But wait, we've already been trained to work from home. That'll be super easy. Just do it again. COVID gave us hybrid work week. This war might give us a 4-day work week permanently. Oh, wait, that was one of the plans, I guess, at the end of this decade, wasn't it? We would all be working from home. Offices would be closed, so we didn't need to go anywhere. But let's go back onto the bad graphics here. Avoid air travel, far right at the bottom, if alternatives exist. And just a fact, Indian fuel prices up 5 rupees a liter. Again, that's within the baseline of just percentages, not doubling or anything. And then if we go over to Germany, limits fuel price hikes. They're going from 175 euro to 2 euro a liter, so 25 cents. So let's say equivalent per liter, and you need 4 liters to make a gallon, so it's up $1 a gallon. But here's the interesting part. On the bottom there, rising fuel cost hitting haulage. So diesel accounts for 30% of haulage costs, or haul bills for a better term. What it costs to get it in a truck from point A to point B. And now, just because of that very small increase, they're already raising rates 8 to 10%. And for sure, those costs are going to be passed on to you and me. And remember yesterday's video, I was saying that the Straits of Hormuz, EDA now is going to be charging $2 to $4 million per vessel that's going to transit through. So that's another additional add-on cost. The inflation involved in this is going to drive prices up. Now we can see everybody, because fuel is going to get more expensive on the diesel side, saying, hey, we need to charge at least 8-10% more. So all of these added up, it's 1,000 cuts for a better term, and prices are going to quickly start doubling. Is this, or was this, sort of in the scenarios anyway by the end of the decade is the question, because we kept reading about it, kept hearing about it for the last, 5 or 6 years, 2018, 19. People were written books about it. Things are going to reset. We're coming to a new economy. They're going to do this, but it's going to be because nobody will accept it, forced. So my question again is perfect timing. Everything's been pre-trained for the first 3-4 years. Now it had it's like they had to let off the pressure there for a minute. Now we're back on high pressure again. All the training kicks right back in. Work from home. Oh, we already did that. Just reset up my cameras in the office. Kick the kids out. They're going to have to live together. Bedroom turns into the office. Don't care. Everybody's under duress. They got to suffer a little. Little Johnny can't have his own bedroom. So, we're coming back to this thing exactly again. And you wonder, what the ultimate costs are going to be for this. Because once the prices get elevated, they're just not going to come down. Because remember your 2018-19 prices before COVID, once they reach those maximum levels, they barely came down. Our food's still substantially more than it was 2017, 18, 19. This will also be the same, like substantially up from the COVID up prices is going to stay there, and it'll just hang out after this event is finished. You think these retailers are going to, take a hit and bring their prices back down? Never, never. This is where it comes in. You might need some universal basic income to afford the new high food prices. Well, that was already baked in the cake too, wasn't it? AI's here. It's all too convenient. This thing wraps into a sweet little package. So other context for affected countries, no precise closure numbers available. Thailand, 10 to 20% of the stations, temporarily unavailable at peak demand, meaning rush hour when lines are stretching down the street. They'll just close off pumps. We don't have it. Government told them to do that. Wait for lower queue number or longer lines or less longer lines, and then turn the pumps back on. It's there. It's just not being given to the public when people are panic buying. You see, they're trimming it like this. Slovenia, they're closing because all these other European nations are driving in to fill their gas tanks. So there's a lot of foreign plates coming in. They call it fuel tourism there. Overall, Europe, Hungary, Germany, I'll come to that in a second. And there's different queues and rationing across Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Vietnam, India, and New Zealand. Now over to Germany and Hungary. Well, the Germans are driving over, filling up in Hungary. And when they came back, the police are all over the roads. They're not solving crime. They're stopping people on the roads, checking their gas tanks. Because if you bought fuel in Hungary from Germany, you have to pay the tax and they get you right on the spot. Like I said, I have an empty tank. I rock over into Hungary. It costs me, say, $150 to fill up. I go back and they're like, you didn't pay the German tax on that because Germany's limiting fuel purchases. And, they're creeping up towards a good $8 a gallon, where it's cheaper in Hungary. It's cheaper in Slovenia. So even this whole thing about the fuel shortages, they can go across the border, but when they come back, they're being pulled over. And the ag diesel as well. If you got ag diesel, that they color it. It's either red. Ours is green in Tennessee. It's red in other places. So if authorities were wanting to see if you were running agricultural diesel, which is given at a no tax discount to farmers by 500 or 1,000 or 5,000 gallons, they could sell it off out the back of the field. And eventually we're going to start checking gas tanks on diesel vehicles to see if you're using ag diesel. This is the world we live in. Oh, it's just getting more bizarre, but everything's being tracked. More QR code. This is what that online mobile systems are about to know exactly where your car has gone from point A to point B. And in the future, when they say you can't drive, they're just going to turn our cars off so we can't even start them to go anywhere. Welcome to 2026. Oh, it's a beautiful world. And the Southeast Asian nations are turning back on their coal burning power plants as well. If they can't get the natural gas, we'll go into that tomorrow. They're switching back to coal. Like, they didn't destroy theirs. Australia, boom, they blew them all up. Germany, boom, there's no possible way. They just, took it to the ground and scrapped it all. Well, smartly here, they just mothballed those power plants. They're turning them all back on. So the repercussions of this, everybody's going to burn coal. And if they can't get whatever the cleanest anthracite or whatever it might be, they're just going to go back to whatever they can get. I don't care if it comes from peat bog. We're burning it because we need electricity. You think these governments are going to get overthrown because they're concerned about burning a dirtier quality of coal? Of course not. That would be insanity. We're going back to the English 1850s smoke in the street, smoggy kind, before they'll ever have citizens overthrow them. Come on. This just twisted everything back on old school again. So all these saves and all this, forward movement into renewables has just backtracked about 2 decades. Yeah, there are disruptions, I agree. But it seems currently these shortages that we're seeing out to the public, again, are somebody's being served first before the scraps are being given to the public. Everywhere, across all these nations. At that point when reservoirs are full or strategic reserves have been topped up, that overflow might go, or it just might be held. Depends on what is trying to be achieved here. And just in a very common sense way, is this organic or is this a plan? Hostilities, if in your right mind, you didn't think after going after this nation, putting them into a corner where you're like, we're even going to steal your oil reserves. We're going to replace all your leaders. We're coming in with our form of leadership, that they're like, well, that just means we totally die on the vine and our complete history of civilization just disappears. They're going down to the grandma with a meat cutting cleaver in the kitchen kind before you're able to get in there. So if that wasn't already analyzed and gamed out as a possibility of the straits being closed, like, y'all should be fired as analysts. Like that, that was already on the baked into the cake. If the pipeline delivering 5 million barrels to the Red Sea gets cut, then we'll be in some shocks for sure, because they got that alternative route running over the Red Sea through the East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia. Be discerning with the news. They are flipping facts, they're juggling half truths. It is, but it isn't. The governments are saying one thing one day, another thing they're different. Oh, the fuel's been released, got to alleviate the shortages. Oh, it's just this huge scare campaign to stop everybody from traveling first. Get you to get used to staying home and not driving anywhere. Get you used to not being able to drive because in your head it's expensive. Government said don't drive. We're not going to drive. There's and imagine getting caught on the road. Your plate doesn't match for the day. They'll tow your vehicle. There are going to be fines, maybe prison time for driving. And now with all the advent of these new vehicles, they just turn them off. So the world we're about to enter is planned already. I mean, it was already a futuristic view of what this scenario is today anyway, already through our, media and just common, water cooler talk for the last 5 to 10 years. Now it's here. So is it any surprise that it's here? And how long does it take to move to the next step? Think about COVID. That was what, like 20, 21, 22, 23, about 4 years or so. Then they had to let off the gas because too much pressure. People were getting insane. The pressure cooker there. So you got solid 4 years. In the first year rolling in, the people were untrained. They didn't really know how to behave. You had to teach them all this work from home, teach them, stand 6 feet. But you had to teach everybody everything, right? So let's say 3 years solid of stress. Had to let that off because if you do that too much, people just quit caring and it doesn't affect them anymore. Like the buzz wears off and they're like, whatever. So they just behave differently. Let off the stress. People get 2 years of, wow, it's all over now, but bam, we're right back on it. So if we're looking at any indication of pressure on, pressure off, pressure on, pressure off, this is going to roll for 3 years. And by that time, we're getting precariously close to a new decade. Seems to fit, doesn't it?
Suddenly, the media is covering how expensive our food is going to get because of this conflict. Let's take a look at it. And before we even start, what we see was the cutoff with Straits of Hormuz is more of a siege. You just have to go back to, prior times of warfare, 1200 AD, 800 AD, 2000 years prior, and you would rope off an area and not allow supplies in or out. But to now, these forts, for a better term, are what we would call countries, regions. Same principles apply. Cut off the routes in or out, and eventually somebody has to collapse. So I guess we're going to watch in real time to see if a modern nation will be starved out or how the people will behave is more of a thing here. Prices can go up, things are going to get cut off. But the main takeaway is, how are people going to be cordial or not to each other, depending on what nationality you're from? Are you local? Are you from international? Are you different region? Because remember, the UAE is 7 different emirates, kind of like our America is 52 states. Well, they have 7 different emirates. Will they all come together cohesively to work together? Will there be one, Abu Dhabi take the lion's share of everything? Is Dubai going to get it? So this is the main thing to look at. How quickly systems will fail when the food stops, and how the breakdown of law will stop when the food stops. This is going to be a case to look at, and then you can just forecast it out on how other nations will behave. And once you get better metrics of how much petrol they have, how much food they can import or not, you can almost predict the chaos nation by nation. Over here on the conversation, Straits of Hormuz, food security is an immediate risk, but wider shortages, global price increases for your food. Like they're starting to hit on it now. They have to, because prices are already starting to go up. Petrol's going up. They need to start and are beginning to really put the danger of all this in context. This is Arabian Gulf Business Insight. If you're looking for Middle East business news, this is the one for you, AGBI. Conflict threatens food supplies as well as oil, and that turns into gasoline, diesel, farm machinery, planting the fields or not, and also natural gas for the fertilizer. But first, they look at the dates. The Middle East is a huge producer of dates, so check out this different variety. I myself am a fan of a little more of the caramelized color, the caramel color of it all. I find the really bright red and the very dark black ones a little bit off-putting for my taste. But if you're going to hit somewhere in the zone that's yummy across the planet, go for the golden honey color. You can't go wrong with that. So the distant messaging is beginning for anybody who's aware to hear. We went through COVID. that wrecked our food prices. Everything skyrocketed and it has never come down. So you think about the price you were paying for your food in 2016, which again was a skyrocketing leg up from the 2008 financial crisis. If we were to compare 2000, let's say 2 or 1999 food prices with today's, oh, you would just roll over and faint off your chair if you saw the actual rises in it. But each of these contagions, energy driven and then global driven as well with an event. And then the food price, once they go up to that price, they never come back down. Have you noticed that? Oh, yeah, everything's going to go back to normal. None of the prices did. And this time when it goes leg up, it's going to go like a rocket leg up. It's not going to just, stair step up. It's going to go vertical with an engine on it. And that's the thing that's really kind of terrifying over with the 50,000 foot view of this. Another 2 weeks, and we're going to start to ignite that rocket in vertical pricing. How the war could impact Canada's fuel prices and energy sector. Again, they're misleading, but then further in the article, they give it to you with those with eyes to see. Diesel being used in the production and transportation of food is going to be drastically impacted. Now, for Canada and the United States, we're very lucky. A lot of oil production, but the rest of the world, not so much, except the Middle East. And they're having their own set of problems, as you can see. 30% of all chemical fertilizers come out of the Middle East, and they use natural gas in the production of it. So why the Iran conflict could hit Canadian grocery bills, boom, right on it. These are independent journalists telling you this. So maybe our news this time will come from independent journalism that outmaneuvers the carefully narrated so you don't panic mainstream. Food professor, conflict in the Middle East, unfolding at a particularly bad time as Canada's industrial carbon tax is set to increase again in April. If tensions persist beyond 4 to 5 weeks, we can expect additional upward pressure on food prices. Like nobody wants to hear that, and they're telling you exactly when it is, but more forecasts are what that is so far out of most anything I've seen. It's going to be hitting within 2 weeks or so. That the first pass down costs are coming to you within 2 weeks, maybe 3. By 5 weeks, you're going to go to the supermarket and be like, I can't believe the food went up again, Gertrude. One of those things. So everything is all about food from now on, because if it becomes the most expensive thing in your life and oil, then really what are you going to have left over to pay your mortgage? This is the precarious part of civilization in itself. And, like myself, a fan of history, going back over periods of history where there was collapses. In our modern era, say the last 200 years, comes to this point where nobody can pay for anything. They get frustrated, they get angry, and they lash out. Government, usually. Why can't you take care of us? Why don't we have this? Why can't you guarantee that? We used to have it. Now you have lost your mandate to rule over anybody. You can't even guarantee the basics. People get angry when all they do is work just to eat and just to pay for mortgage. No money for fun. You're going to have to cancel your Netflix. No travel, no beach time. Can't take the kids on a holiday. You're just going to work for food and you're going to work for your mortgage. Oh, what kind of life is that? Wow. Building up the American dream. White picket fence. Well, that can of paint's going to cost you 30 times more because there's lubricant oil base in there. So also off of Tovima, crop yields are going to fall by 50% if we can't get the fertilizers out. So I'd like you to read that first paragraph carefully with me here. It says the crisis could surpass the global food price shocks caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. 30 million tons went offline, if you didn't know that. 30 million tons of grains went offline because that's how much Ukraine produced. And the energy and fertilizer costs soared, driving food prices to record levels. CEO of European fertilizer giant Yara emphasized crop yields. Crop yields. 50% down. That's more than gigantic. That is the dissolving of everything you know in this world. We couldn't have a carrying capacity of 8 billion people on the planet, or 7 now, excuse me. If we can't grow the food, you can't feed people. Like there's limits to growth, as was stated by the Club of Rome. I truly believe that there are limits to growth, and we are absolutely smacking head on into a wall of one right now.
It was so dependent on very intercomplicated supply chains from one place to another, peacetime conditions. Everybody had guarantees, this, that, and the other. 30% of everything that we rely on in terms of natural gas produced fertilizers is gone offline until we get that straight back open. You're not flying, 60,000 tons of fertilizer on an airplane out of the area. Just is not happening. So the reality is setting in. I know a lot of, luckily, as the way the ag business works, since we're into the, seizing of the fields, like these guys in America, at least, have already bought everything they need for this year's planting for fertilizer. Now, the top-up applications when it comes, and like I said, July, when they start to put these different herbicides down and whatever else, fungicides, if it's some kind of funky fungus going on, whatever it is that would be used in modern agriculture, the beginnings of it is already paid for. Just when we get into like that July, and then if you're going to throw some phosphorus on there, this sort of thing, as you get in the flowering stage of whatever plant. Will we have it this year? Because if we don't, and we don't have particular types of fertilizers at that mid-growth stage period, then our crop yields decline tremendously. They're not going to go to zero, but a 50% decline in world global agriculture would, I don't know, that would be the reverberation as large as the collapse of the Roman Empire. And it would happen so fast. That's the thing, like the speed at which this thing is moving is faster than anything in human history, because we've never been this interconnected. We've never had this many interconnections of supply chains and very delicate movements of goods and from one point to another, all reliant on services and electricity and peace deals and interoperable payments, which is now switching over to like a stablecoin issuance and different distributed ledger technologies to speed that up, which used to take days before it took months. Now it's days. Now it's going to be minutes or seconds. Like this is all just this big movement on a board in real time, and it is going to come unwound as fast. I'm just saying this not to scare you, but just your threat assessment should be extremely high right now. You need to think about how to take care of your families and what you are going to do. If this thing continues, food's going to get pricey, and this whole thing, digital rationing cards and all this technology that's available now for us to get it. Like, would you jump through the hoop to get a retinal scan, fingerprints, biometric facial scan, your digital ID to provide food for your family or yourself? And do you think we're going to be kumbaya, share with everybody evenly? I'm going to absolutely say not a chance in the world. So who's going to get the 70% remaining of available fertilizers split across the planet? Because whoever has the fertilizer has abundant food. The same yields that we were used to, which means their society continues, their country continues, while others that experience 50% declines in crop yields collapse. How do you think that'll be split up, do you think? And now are we going to use fertilizer as some kind of leverage point? Thumb screws. Oh, by the way, crude went up to 119 and then it dropped back down to 100. So here's your CPI inflation rates when it hits certain benchmark pricing. We've already screamed past that 110 up to, around 120. So inflation is going to run probably hot at 3.5% minimum, at least on paper. So you definitely expecting massive food price increases on this. And when everything crashed, and this is a historical, it's pretty much these things always go up in price when there's some sort of contagion, whether World War, whether it's a Great Depression, or whether it's financial contagion, 2008, whatever. Gold, silver, food, treasury bonds. Gee, I wonder if food prices are going up. I'm going to say yeah. I'm just going to guess. Wild guess. And on a moment of Zen, act as if what you do makes a difference, because it does. It truly does. Please help people who are in different types of stress situations at the moment. And that's the way you should be too. Don't buy into the chaos. Just be prepared. This whole video is not about scaring anybody. It's about getting you in the mind frame of those movements you do make. That really does matter for other people around you, whether you're in a panic mode or if you're like this super smooth, hey, we need to execute. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to get this garden up. We're going to get this done. We're going to get that done. We got a plan. We're going to go into mode. Everyone, this is our timeline here. That's way better. I want to be on that I want to stay with that person
instead of somebody biting their chewing on their finger, oh, it's going to end. You have to understand the threat in front of you. Food prices are going to go up. I was reading some reports that are saying even if it stops tomorrow, it's going to take 2 months to unwind this ball of yarn that's, mixed in on itself to get all the tankers and all the freighters and all the cargo and all the food and everything else back into a smooth motion. 2 months, even if it stops tomorrow. Every day continues, that ball of yarn just gets stretched tighter. And a bottle of wine could work in there too, but we need the yarn to come unspun. This is going to take some time. So even in your assessment of how long it might last when it ends is not the end of, hey, it's going to go back to normal again. I remember being told we were going to go back to normal again too. When did we hear that? Oh yeah. Nothing went back to normal. So the same thing, the same situation is going to occur. Like, this conflict is going to end one way or another. When it does, nothing is going to go back to normal. Nothing. As much as COVID, nothing went back to normal. Nothing's going back to normal after this. So you realize this is a life-altering event for every human on the planet, as much as COVID was. We're going into whatever territory we move into. It's where we move and where we stay. And may you live in interesting times, the ultimate curse. And I guess, we are here right now. Divina Philosoph, which is divine philosophy, Kabbalist Magica, or Kabbalic magic. Divine philosophy of Kabbalic magic. Now, this is the Kabbalah. Now, you're very familiar with this, with the higher echelons of energy, much as the Buddhists would talk about enlightenment at the crown chakra. That is the very top there. And then we come down, and as the lower you go from the crown chakra, and it would be the third eye, would be the star there. And as we come down further in, we get into lower densities. And this just explains the ethereal to the material. This is very common. You can see this, a lot of iconography in here. But one I hadn't seen before that I was amazed with here is the actual structure of it, the scale of it. And this is the scale, Philosophum Kabbalistica Magica. Same thing, the scale of the philosophy of Kabbalistic magic. Hadn't seen this one before, but it does that ebb and flow of energies, the expansion, the contraction, the expansion, the contraction. And you just have to wonder what numerology is involved in this expansion and contraction, because these days of 3 3s are quite well known. So here's the look at what's happening in the heavens through this year for just eclipses. So February 17th, we already passed that. That was the Ring of Fire eclipse. March 3rd, 3:33 a.m. on 3/3 blood red moon eclipse. And then August 12th, we have a total solar eclipse. August 28th, we have a deep partial lunar eclipse, and also different types of glass. Apparently, if we're filled with different liquids, would imbue different energetic properties depending on if it's manganese, selenium, cadmium, or uranium glass, also called depression glass. There's also cobalt glass is more of a blue on that as well. But if you were to put these goblets and different glass vessels out into the full moon, supposedly they're supposed to absorb energies at this time. And apparently it's an old technique used, as long as we have that manufacturing techniques. But further back, you had silver goblets, golden goblets, copper goblets, these sort of things. So that use of energy, and also solar energies, lunar energies, and actual energies of metals inside our whole human domain. And we're coming to a very powerful time on the 3rd with this full lunar eclipse. It'll turn the moon red. Now, the world is, as you can see, it's being flipped upside down currently. So you have to ask, what's the timing on all of this with such powerful days coming up? It wasn't to start. It's in motion during this time. So just use your imagination. What do you think could occur? I'm not sure either. That's why I'm asking the question. If you have any ideas, put them in the comments below. I'd love to read them. Because with any end of the world 4 horsemen scenario, you got the locust plagues, got to have it. It's one essential element in the end times. Locust plagues, blood moons, what else could we drop in there? What powered the world in 2024, 25, and now 2026, obviously. So this is all Visual Capitalist. They always put together a really great chart. Shout out to y'all over there. Oil, natural gas, and coal are what makes the world run. Now, because of this, the supply chains that we currently have, there's a lot of choke points around them. Malacca Strait, you can choke off over there. Straits of Hormuz, that's another one. They got the Red Sea up there. The different canals, Panama Canal, that could be choked off. So the Arctic route is a hotly contested piece of, well, real estate in the oceans, because this allows China and Russia to navigate the entire circumpolar up there without any interference from the U.S. Navy. U.S. Navy's down in those other choke points, like I say, Malacca Straits. We don't have carrier groups up in the Arctic going around. But the Russians and Chinese have been developing just mad amounts of icebreakers, Arctic gear, Arctic technology, because they're setting up routes and refueling transport cargo, the Arctic route. I encourage you to take a look at what that entails on never touching a choke point controlled by Western powers. Another blast from the past. History. Peter Onge bringing this one to us. Apparently, China buys over 90% of Iran's oil exports. Also, China was buying nearly 70% of Venezuela's. Neither are being paid in dollars. Okay, that's just one point to think about. So that's a voracious amount of oil need from China. And I would love to wind you back to the past, pre-Pearl Harbor. What prompted Imperial Japan to go to war with the United States? We embargoed their oil out of Indonesia and froze all of their assets. In the 1930s, Japan imported 50% of its crude oil from the United States and 25% from the Dutch East Indies, which is now Indonesia. And after Japan began its invasion of East Asia, U.S. imposed a trade ban and then froze all aviation fuel and Japanese assets. And they got into the oil embargo at that time as well. They squeezed Japan energy supplies and cut off access to financial services. And that sure looks like the very same thing happening today. But at the very base of it, is this a way to explain away food production losses? And this whole global stage thing that we're seeing right here is nothing more than to give a very valid excuse why your food price is running away. Nothing on the natural side. Crop yield reductions, that was nothing. It was because of the oil embargo. It was because of the cutoff and shipping thing. Don't worry about the declining yields. It was because of those things. Nothing natural, nothing cyclical. You're going to have to point to human causes on this one. How to upset a civilization. Walter Russell here. Frequency and vibration coming back into, well, that center point. The zeta pinch, for those of you understanding plasma physics, or is this fiat currency, sound money, fiat currency, sound money, gold and silver, and that back and forth tug through time? Because it's surprising that so many central banks have been going out on gold in the last 2 to 3 years, like a binge buy, knowing that something was going to change. These banks don't lose money, they create money. And they're moving to a new system, a gold-backed, at least partial system. There's going to be other metals that are included in that as well. But there's been a revision up to 7,000 metric tons. So they had to add another band in there. That's on the right side. So the demand before was going to be somewhere around 5,000 tons, but magically it has increased 2,000 metric tons up to 7,000. Hence the new chart on the right side, the new numbers for you. So what will cause central banks to want 2,000 metric tons more of gold on a forecast this year alone? Gold's overtaken treasuries and central bank forex reserves. You can see that crossover occurring also. Who knows something that they're not telling us? Treasuries dropping, gold holdings increasing. You only do that if you know a new system's coming in. Most purchased: China, Poland, Turkey, India, Brazil, Azerbaijan, Japan, Thailand, Hungary, Singapore, Iraq, Qatar, Russia, and UAE. All gold, massive buyers. And even if you add up all of the most sold, you're not even coming to a fraction of what's being bought. And if you notice in the light blue right in the center, gold's price has risen 2.6x, and there's still that much voracious buying. Global debt, this is the big kicker here. This is really where rubber meets the road on this. The amount of global debt has $348 trillion. Yeah, I'll say that again, 348 trillion. And that was Q4 of 2025. It's risen since this chart's come out. This is insanity. Like the total amount of all GDP in the entire planet is that red line. And we're at something like 3x of total GDP for the entire planet in the debt. So who's going to pay this back? How's it going to get paid? When's it ever going to get paid back? It's never going to get paid. That's the whole thing. There needs to be a reset from this. Absolutely, it does. You can't have this kind of madness continue forever. I mean, there's only so many places you can slam the debt, and the BRICS nations are not it currently. The fourth turning is here. And I do believe we are at the fourth turning, at the very end, turning to a new system. And of all things going on the planet, this is the only possible thing that could bring us into a full A, market meltdown, but B, a full economic reset. It's the only thing that could give revalue like authenticity to something, because it was so damaged, it was so destroyed, it was so misvalued that the only thing we can do is now go to a new system and revalue everything. Absolutely. So what's it going to take to get to that point where everything in the previous world as of last week would be misvalued or misallocated based on what's happening this week, next week, or in a couple of weeks? Like at the end of whatever this is occurring right now, the new system shall emerge, the phoenix from the ashes. It'll all have to be repriced and revalued. Anyway, may you live in interesting times. I appreciate your valuable time sticking with me in the video. Thank you so much for being here. Robo-dogs going to be patrolling and guarding our croplands. Taking a look at 2003 to compare to 2026 food prices and air travel. That's a thing of the past. And if you would have taken heed of the Klaus Schwab things of the past list, we're encountering a few of them right now, airlines being one of them. Almost every nation and airline carrier across the planet is reducing flights. Wasn't that a thing they told us we were going to get cut on air travel anyway? But I was shocked looking at the food prices from 2003 until now, and some of these forecasts saying that our food's going to rise 30% for the rest of the year. Way underballing that one. But first, let's take a look at some planetary lineups, otherwise known as planetary geometry during the Japanese earthquake. Lining up for you here. SSGOS, always putting the lines together, showing you where the quakes could occur. Yet very few in the mainstream sciences want to put this together. Oh, wait, there might be cause and effect on what's happening with our planet's jet streams and magnetic field as well. Shh, move on. And finally, some footage coming out here of the 1 meter or 3 foot tsunami that hit Japan after this 7.6 earthquake just offshore. And it didn't breach any of the walls this time. Obviously, it was only 3 feet stacking on top. Nothing like what we'd seen prior with those 100-foot waves in some places, others 50, 60 foot. But I really was shocked that people are down on the seawall trying to get a glimpse of the tsunami coming in after what had happened previously near Sendai in the Fukushima area. I mean, I would be terrified in knowing a tsunami was coming in and going up to the beachfront. What if they got it wrong and it actually rolled in much larger than 3 foot? Also, some more extremes for you here. The size and the ferocity of the tornadoes this year so far is staggeringly beyond what we normally experience. The wind speeds, the size, and just the density and the damage of these vortex events now. Have to wonder if they're related somehow with magnetic field declines and the way the atmosphere is shifting. That's content for a different video. Futurism, robot dogs patrolling precious crops as food crisis deepens. Bayer of all companies is supplementing human security patrols around its 8,000 acres of Hawaiian corn with robotic security dogs. They have thermal imaging and guaranteed they have some sort of small arms on them. And along with the other bigs, Bayer, here we got Palantir. They're teaming up to take over and guard our crops. Oh, fox in the hen house is what I'm saying. Palantir inks $300 million. I'm surprised it's not $330 million deal with the USDA to safeguard our food supply. Palantir loves us. And when I say that, these giant corporations totally control more of the food. Now, you realize the human element's being removed out of here. There's no compassion any longer. My family's starving, don't care. Robot dog doesn't care. AI doesn't care. Nothing cares on that robotic level about the human species. There's nothing empathy-wise included in this machine world that we're moving into. But notice that they're going to be using robots. They're telling you right straight in your face, we're going to be patrolling our crops, which are going to get very valuable. Obviously, if they're going to spend that much money to have a robotic, and there's going to be a series of them. It's not going to be one dog. 8,000 acres, that's a huge amount of land. Huge. So there's probably going to be dozens of these. They all have thermal cameras. You think you're going to hide in a cornfield? No way. They're going to pick you out in a second. These things are fast. They're agile. They don't stop. And, if you kit them out with a little bit of armory on it, then they could go anywhere and stop any threat pretty much. So this is what we're going to be up against. Now, these so far are protectors, but what happens if they create something that destroys and then, you're forbidden from growing gardens and they drop these things out in the countryside and they're just going through destroying all food sources compared to what we see here where they're protecting the food. Like it can go both directions on this. Don't kid yourself. With Palantir in charge as well, safeguarding the U.S. food supply. I mean, sheesh. Can it get any more bizarre than this? I don't know. I'll let you chew on that one for just a second as we get our taste buds ready for 2003. This is an old Publix supermarket receipt, 2003. And with the power of AI and myself diving into it, January 14th, 2003, I wanted to compare them with what the prices were now. But me, I'm lazy. I'm not going to go through and do all the research myself. I said, hey, Grok, please compare 2003 to 2026 price comparison. Show me the difference in a percentage. Okay, Claritin allergy. So now medicines seem to be the biggest increases in everything that is on here. So that went from $5.99 to $22.99, about almost 3 times increase in price. Tylenol, at least doubling. It went from $4.79 to $9.99. Tylenol arthritis, almost doubling. It went from $3.99 to almost $12 or $11.50. Now here's something interesting. The pastel paper plates, they only doubled. Bamboo skewers, obviously they're going to be doing some sort of over the barbecue, horizon grilling. Those 6-inch skewers are more than doubling. And then we go to the 4-inch bamboo skewers, more than double from them. WD-40, this is an interesting one. It used to be under $2. Remember those days? I do too. But now it's almost $7, and we're getting that across the board. You ever go to Home Depot? Everything that was $2 is now $7. Multiply if it was $20, now it's $70. If it was $200, now it's $700. Everywhere, just scale it up, and now 2.5 times increase in price. Solo party cups, those plastic cups, a little more than double. The only thing that stayed the same, Mrs. Smith's French Silk Chocolate and Eddie Dreyer's Mars Almond Ice Cream, still going up in price. Bringing over chicken thighs. This is a big one here too. $3.29 to $8.49 in 2026. Now this is going to vary by area, so could be higher or lower depending on where you're purchasing everything at. Now bananas pretty much stayed the same. The fruit at 40%, but again, Dole controlling down there in Guatemala. Rotten Fruit, incredible book to read. Well, you might want to check out how fruit was used in foreign policy in the 1950s. I digress. Publix half and half. $1.69 before, $2.79. Not too much on the increase in dairy, under doubling. Grapefruits, though, just barely. You notice the fruit and the dairy pretty much stayed, I wouldn't say the same, but the lowest of the increases, below a doubling. They're somewhere in the 50% up range. Bagels, here, and there's another one, Diet Coke. Now, this shocked me, the Diet Coke, right down there, the 4th one from the top. I thought for sure the Diet Coke would have stayed the same because they want you consuming that. They want you diving in on those products for sure. Because the downstream sales and other industries are directly related to this. So $3 for a 12-pack, and now it's almost $13 for a 12. At $12.49, and that's more than tripling. Largest on the list. I was, kind of, wow, taken aback by that. Deli sub rolls only doubled. Cream raspberry dessert topping only doubled. So if you look at the totals down here, 2003, for that entire list of items was only $69.08. 2026, between 140 and 162, a 2.5 to 2.3 times increase. So we're seeing food prices going way over the doubling range during this time. So I want to bring you to this price change chart here from the year 2000 to the year 2025, which is very much in line with our food chart that we just saw, or at least that receipt from Publix. So I want you to take a look at the red, because those are the increases. Blues are the decreases. Obviously, as manufacturing got better, clothing decreased in price. As we moved everything to Asia, lower wages, the just-in-time delivery, the whole logistics thing, that got really smoothed out during those 20 years. Well, the things that increased, the very first thing says food and beverage, 105% increase, but you saw previously everything was up about 230%. So that's a disconnect here. This is at least 50% wrong comparatively to what we just saw on the chart. So if you're going to double everything, and the outlier on this one, if you look at the red line going way up at the top where it says more expensive, oh, hospital services. Imagine that. So the reason I'm trying to put that in perspective is you have something on the ground that showed you the prices increased, 2.5 times, let's say, or 2.3x. Here, this government release chart showed that it only increased by 1x. So as all these figures and agencies start throwing out their possible food price increases, the lowest I've seen so far is going to be 30% by 2030. And I'm like, wait a minute. We're talking some kind of agencies are talking about that price is just before the end of the year, another 30% up. So take these numbers with a grain of salt that we're starting to hear thrown around right now. We got the fertilizer disruption, and I would say this is an intertangled loop. And the way I'd seen it explained was, I'll show you the slide. So oil is related to gas, natural gas, and natural gas is related to fertilizer. Fertilizers are related to food, and then oil is related to transportation, and gas is related to plastics. So every time one of these goes up in price, it starts to loop in on the chain of cost increases across that whole circle again. We are in it deep, and it's not stopping anytime soon. This thing now they're talking about is going to run to the end of the year. Remember, 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Well, we got 2 weeks to stop the war in Iran all the way out to the end of the year. Gee, scratch my head. What month is it if we do it? January, February, March, April, 4. Okay, we got 8 more months. This is a flatten the curve 2.0, and every step of the way, it's just going to be continuous incremental inflation through this thing here. So lowball figures, 29%. And anybody tells you with a straight face that, some of these FAO numbers are saying, oh, it's going to increase 6%. That's laughable, truly laughable. You think your food with all these disruptions in the fuel, the plastics and everything, fertilizer not growing, we got mega drought in America, we got El Niño, Super Niño coming in that'll disrupt crop productions on a regular cycle anyway. High and very intense El Niños disrupt crops. 1877 event wiped out 4% of the world's population due to collapse in food production. All right, that's just an example. They're expecting something very similar to that level again this time, but we got better logistics. I could have said before, we got fertilizers when they didn't have during the Green Revolution prior to that, but now we don't have the fertilizers because it's all disrupted from the Middle East. So you see, again, whatever way you're looking at it, whether it's natural or whether it's geopolitical, it's all smashed in the center here this year. So anything 6%, 29%, that's laughable. And please get ready for the increases in your food because it's coming. And as always, Klaus Schwab, you shall only fly once every 3 years after the reset. That's my best Klaus Schwab. Qantas and Virginia scrap hundreds of flights. Upcoming routes, fuel costs. Yep. Thai Airways explains flight cuts. They're going to cut 46 flights starting from May. That's international and domestic. Fuel crisis. Air Asia, all cutting their flights as well. They're going to notify you by email. They're going to be reducing flights from Danmuang to Tokyo, Osaka, Almaty, which is in Kazakhstan, and New Delhi over in India. Then the air raid alert, Spirit Airlines and American Airlines are probably going to go out of business this time. Those will be nationalized, and somebody will pick them up for pennies on the dollar. And Air India plans flight cuts amid rising costs, and it just keeps going on. Qantas did the same exact thing. Now they need to add more flights, but they don't have the fuel, but they need to get that because they're going to collapse if they don't have more flights. So then we got Lufthansa cutting 20,000 flights to save fuel as prices soar into the stratosphere, and oil prices affect gas, gas affects fertilizer, fertilizer affects food, and we're in the spin loop. Oh, and I did forget to mention that all that air travel restricted is also going to affect the tourism industry and everything that's involved with holiday and tourism across every nation on the planet. Yeah, more jobs out, AI in. That does seem to be the theme of the world right now. Humans are no longer necessary. This is the greatest time in human history to find opportunity. There's going to be more disruption than ever than in human history. But what does that equal? Opportunity. Because when something doesn't function correctly, there's an opportunity to substitute a system or repair something or allow a transition to a new way. And all those are opportunities for those. And there's going to be so much need for that. So that's what I'm diving into. You got to have that little crystal ball in front of you. Well, your history book is your crystal ball. This is a cycle. It's happened before. We've run through it many a time. It's happening now again. It's right on top of the fourth turning along a 400-year cycle and a 2,000-year cycle, all sandwiched together like those gears in a Swiss watch. So anyway, I appreciate you watching. Please share with your friends and family. Spread this link. You're going to have to do it by hand. You're going to have to copy it and paste it into your favorite social media because the algorithm is none too kind. Please leave your comments below. I do read those and respond to them, and it also gives me ideas for the next video of things you'd like me to talk about.
Well, we had COVID to look at as an example of when fertilizer prices spike and food spikes. 2011 was another one. This is going to be on the heels, since it is the greatest disruption in fossil fuels in human history. It is also related to the greatest fertilizer disruption in human history. Got some information from the IMF, the World Bank for you, and how expensive the prices are going to creep up and when you can expect them to hit hardest, just based on past cycles and then future forecasts. So hold on. Have you thought prices got wild in COVID? You haven't seen anything yet. But first, Oman, the wild floods happening there. Years worth of rain in a single day, turning the wadis into rivers. Check out the flows coming off the mountainsides there as well, waterfalls beginning. And this is so abnormal that the floods they're experiencing are literally into the 1,000-year mark. So they've had previous floods on the hillside that they can measure through time. Again, waterfalls coming down off these same areas. Interestingly, though, it is the Musaddam Peninsula, circled in red there for you. Oman, right up on the tip, right at the Strait of Hormuz. That's why I'm bringing you this one. And I did not know this either, that Oman occupies 3 different territories on the peninsula, central, and then the larger landmass down on the Arabian Peninsula. Looking out at it, green waters, a little bit of snorkeling, that type of thing there. Old school fishing village, very rocky. There's really nothing to absorb that water when it floods. Where does it go? Straight down the hills into the towns. Let's go back 2,000 years, circa 100 AD, frankincense trade, the Nabatean kingdom and Petra there. Look at the Parthian Empire. That is now Iran. You can see how the trade routes extended all the way from the Mediterranean, clear over into Eastern Indian Ocean, Western Pacific, all the way through Indonesia. Long time for the trades. Areas had a lot of commerce and disruption through wars through the last millennia, multi-thousands of years. This is nothing different, except it affects you personally this time, not historically. The real inflation starts in the soil. Let's get into the numbers. World Bank calibrated model estimates every 1% rise in fertilizer prices transmits into a 0.5% or almost 0.5% rise in food commodity prices. So if urea is up 29% in 11 days, and we do just half of that, you're looking just ballpark around 14, 15% increase in the food commodities. But as all good things, people do those markups along the way. And now we have to pay to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Even if you get your fertilizer, add $2 million for a ship moving through there. And everything just seems to be getting a little more expensive. Now, 52% year over year, where that's already at a 25% rise in a food price coming up. We usually get a 6 to 9 month delay. This is going to continue. So all analysis from every source I've seen is saying fertilizer is going to trend higher. So I was looking at what this is directly right out of the Middle East, urea granular. That red arrow shows you where it has gone, where it has continued to go and will move to, needs new bars on top. They're going to have to move this into the thousands after this. It's going to eclipse anything that we've seen in the COVID era and also 2011. So this is the new gold. If you can't grow food, you can't have a civilization, period. So off Electroverse, crunching some numbers, the world's productive farmlands, if we're going to cut yields, because without the green revolution and those nitrogenous fertilizers produced with natural gas, which is cut off, force majeure everywhere on natural gas deliveries, then our carrying capacity for the planet's around 3.5 billion, which is substantially lower than today's population. So that's half or under. Can you imagine the chaos and the economic upheaval, just the social chaos of just even trying to keep law and order in a food scarce world where people are actually dying on the streets from lack of food? And if you don't get it, your family's not going to eat. This is the thing where so many movies have been done about this. You also have to wonder about this, cultural conditioning that we've seen bevies of movies over the last 20 years. And you start to look at this thing, chess moves you could play and you could game this one out on the food disruption. COVID was nasty. This is going to be nasty plus nastier. Because in addition to the Middle Eastern sources, now we have the Chinese government is exporting outbound shipments of fertilizer. They're a major fertilizer producer. America, imports an enormous amount from China. So if the Middle East is down, China's down, and now we got Russia suspending exports of ammonium nitrate. That's a huge chunk of global fertilizer production that normally goes out into the agricultural world, for a better term. And the food drivers off the IMF, this is the biggie here. Now you're starting to put all these pieces together where the fertilizer price shocks are in, the oil price shocks are in, the 3-year treasury bill shock is in. So that's 3 of 3 so far. And then we're coming to the harvest shock, which will be determined by the amount of fertilizers available for planting over the next 2 months. There's only so far you can go past a planting window before you've lost the year's crops. So this graph off of Platts, Middle Eastern fertilizer prices, the previous one I showed you was at $730. That is a jump up from 700. But the sulfur also very much used in different production processes for metal and mining. So metals are going to get more expensive, fertilizers are going to get more expensive, and helium's disrupted there 30% since I'm in Taiwan, and they're having a helium disruption in the semiconductor chip industry of 30%, which means they're cutting also production. Everywhere you look, every possible manufacturing process around the planet's being affected by this. Then right off DD geopolitics, the famine signal, China fertilizer embargo. Now we got the Russian and fertilizer embargo, and we got the Middle East fertilizer embargo. So I don't know how many more embargoes you can go before it's obviously in everybody's face. Now, everybody's going to assure you that this thing is just temporary and we're going to get planted. If we get planted and we don't have fertilizers for mid-season application, and these, and a lot of countries buy it as they use it. We're just so lucky we have farm services organizations and USDA that allow farmers to get loans to pre-purchase a lot of these things that they need, at least on the large ag bid side. They can get what they pretty much need, hundreds of thousands of pounds of this, hundreds of thousands of gallons of diesel, all this stuff in advance to get ready. But in many a country across the planet, it is get it as you plant. Like literally that week you'll buy for what you're going to plant. So the rest of the world is going to be affected first and faster than we would be in the US and places like Canada that get farm financing. If they don't have the fertilizers, we're looking at a 50% yield, half of what's normally achieved by applying all these fertilizers. Now, what happens with the pesticides? Well, if we don't have that, then the insects are going to be a problem. A lot of things would be better left off of our crops, adjuvants, shall we say, like pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, better left off our crops for healthier foods. But those things also increase our yields. And without those yield increases, then they're working the math on each 10% reduction in food takes up your food price a certain percentage. That's regionally dependent. So again, what we might experience in America would be different than what they would experience in Bangladesh or what they might experience in Pakistan. But everywhere you go, the disruptions are these transit points for other goods and services across the world. Like if India gets disrupted because of food, like there's a huge amount of transshipment happening through India. Like what happens if it goes south in Hong Kong or Singapore, Taiwan? There's so many places where if it's disrupted, all these transmodal modes of shipping to get goods from point A to point B gets more disrupted, and it just spirals out of control. So the number one thing is the food, the fertilizers, and the transportation, the availability of that to be able to grow foods cheaply enough that society still holds itself together. And we've seen through history routinely where it doesn't and it hasn't. And we, as archaeologists today, find the remnants of those previous great civilizations that couldn't get their food production together enough, and that's why they collapsed. So again, the best thing we can do is look to the past to see the future, and you'll see the spikes here, 2011, 12. That was a big one for fertilizer, food shocks, price up. Things sort of stabilized. COVID came back in, and that's that 35% increase there in 2022. With the Ukraine, Russia intervention there, that is all part of that tied in. So if we really move it forward, you can see there's about a 6 to 9 month delay between some sort of geopolitical event, natural events, disruptions to the price spike peak. So we're looking at Black Sea grain initiatives being put in where the world had to give fertilizers and get pricing stabilized because of that conundrum in one of the world's largest bread baskets, Ukraine, took 30 million tons offline. Well, that's your peak about 6 months after. So if we look at the price shock pass through, meaning when the shocks hit, where is those costs passed on to and how long is the start to finish date on it? So we're about a month into this EDON thing here. So that'll be month number 1. You're starting to see the prices run up, but this is a very different animal we're looking at. So as we approach month 9 for at least high trade open countries and high income countries, it very much follows the same trend. The price spike should start hitting us about 9 months from now. But how high is it going to go? The event's not over. So the disruptions continue and the prices will continue, if that makes sense. So here's the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization from the United Nations, putting out their cereal price index. You notice that we're sitting at 108 right now. But where did the previous spikes occur? In the exact same time, the 2011 disruption, 2022 events that caused this spike as well. So where do you think we would sit on a timeline of disruption? So the World Cereal Price Index, and we're going to get in a little closer here. Notice the spike 2022, that is subsequent because of disruptions in Ukraine. One country, not global, regional for a better term, but highly wide, because Africa imported a huge amount of grain from Ukraine and their grains were cut off. World Food Price Index, that main spike 2022. They're following a pattern. What do you see in the World Vegetable Oil Price Shock Index? 2022 peak. Dairy Price Index peak 2022, and we're peaking now again. Well, that's going to probably go into a triple top on this one, I would expect. And as we see the Meat Price Index, 2022 peak, but we are back eclipsing that even now. It's going higher on the meats. So everywhere you look, you're starting to see the same repeating patterns. So 9 months from now will be far higher than 2022 expectations for peak on pricing. So if you things got expensive, if you think that so far, this is going to be a continuous tax. They were talking about global taxes for emissions and that sort of thing. This is that in a different form, different packaging, prettier bow on it, same, but different. And as we move forward with fertilizer pricing, if it keeps going up and the amount available continues downward, then this is going to be a very significant year in terms of how foods are going to get so expensive so fast. Like you're watching the fertilizer prices go up 20, 30% in a week. When food prices start to trend on this and follow, especially right around July, they get a good gauge of, harvest health and, crops progress and all these things. They run through and do all the wheat and corn and that sort of thing in the US around that time, July. If it goes to the low point and people are just freaking out in the ag space, we're absolutely going to have to go to some sort of universal basic income. People won't be able to afford the food. Now, many will, don't get me wrong. Many will, but in the scheme of things, Many won't. So how do you keep that segment of society satiated and at least mentally stable enough that they can eat, that, next week they can still have food? This is far beyond SNAP. This is way, way back into half the country is going to need some sort of money. And that's great that people can get it for assistance, but at some point there's going to be animosity. Like, why am I paying 5 times food price and those people are getting it free? It's going to come into that sort of, next contagion. You already can see how that's gamed out to move the world in a certain direction. You always have to have people infighting, right? So that'll be another one. When food spikes, UBI comes in, and the people who are really making money or can afford it are going to be super angry that they need to pay, and their quality of life is going to reduce. This is just so routine through history. It shouldn't be even shocking. You should just look at the history book and go, oh, it's our turn now. What happened every single time since then? These societies become complacent, like it's never going to happen to us. This is just a repeating cycle in history, and I can't believe more people aren't getting ready for it. So please prepare to grow your own food. We're going to get the announcement that you're going to have to start growing some of your own food. This revival of the Victory Garden is already on the books. This thing is going to stretch, and doesn't seem to be any sight that you can see where it's ending. This is a new movement of the world perpetually, forever, for the rest of our lives in this new direction. This is that pivot point. Needed, manufactured, curated, and forced down our throats.
Sandstorms, hailstorms in the desert. Now it's all about the fertilizer being cut off. LNG not available across the planet. Countries responding. Don't even send your fishing fleets out. Not enough diesel fuel. Gonna have to work from home again. Wow, that's a quick turnkey. I just said trained us once before. And the quickness of the wow factor in this. But again, we've been trained. Work from home, boom, turn it on. It took a long time during, the 2021, 22 to get people used to that. But now it's like return to work from home. Okay, what happens to commercial office space? But right now, the fishing fleets are not going out. And many places in the world, they don't have diesel fuel. So about half the fishing boats. So you wonder if the oceans will recover as well. Fertilizer is this is the year of the fertilizer. It's going to be one of the things. LNG plants, they're shutting, and it takes at least a month to turn them back on. And we'll take a look at the amount of tankers and fertilizer production just stranded in the Middle East and how that will affect then global food production. And that's what it's all about. If you don't feed the people, they get angry. And I have some slightly used farm equipment for you here. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. That's the world, the direction it's going. India fertilizer plant shuts down. West Asia cuts LNG supplies. So full-on closure of many, not all, but many fertilizer production facility in India, as well as all other places in the world too. And the ones that are located in the Middle East have shuttered already. They're not coming back on. And even if the gas turns on minute number 1, you're still looking at 30 days until the first, granule of some sort of nitrogenousness comes out to export back to the world. There's a tweet, William Middlecook. Situation, half of available global LNG tankers are trapped in the Persian Gulf, meaning on the other side, they can't come out. So only 50%, like only half of liquid natural gas carriers in the world are even operational. So if you get it from one place, there's only 50% of the ships operating in the world that can take it to another place. That's a huge too. This is the whole supply chain being disrupted. And all financial times here, Europe and Asia battle for LNG is the supply is choked. They're competing for liquefied natural gas. It's a feedstock to produce fertilizer. It's the most important thing next to food on the planet. I know, get energy, but which is really the most important. Snippet here, too long, don't read. I'll read it for you. As the fertilizer market is mainly linked to grain production, the current disruption comes at a critical time, coinciding with the Northern Hemisphere planting season, which is predominantly where an enormous amount of the grains are grown. The annual peak in global nitrogen fertilizer demand, yes, but also mid-season top up as well. We have mid-season application going on. The be-all catch-all is farmers are going to apply less fertilizer. And when you apply less fertilizer, you cut your yields. So the amount of available grains to be grown this year is going to be cut. Now, some forecasts are saying as low as 20% of global grains won't be available this year just based on the fertilizer shocks. Now, we haven't even experienced it yet. They're forecasting out, obviously they're using models. But If this drags on for another, say, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 9 weeks, 2 months, the global food production is going to be absolutely crushed. We have these things called carryover stocks. It's from last year, and they bring it forward as stuff they didn't sell, didn't turn into feedstock for like biofuels or anything, oil crush, animal feed. There's like a million uses for the grains that we have on the planet. That got carried over. They're still in the warehouse, still in the grain storage facilities. There's a certain amount of tons of that, about 250 million tons. Remember, it used to be 750 million tons about 10 years ago. Subsequently, it keeps draining for every year. And I have asked on this channel forever why. Because even without the interruption fertilizer, there was going to be a point in the future where we would come over to that 0 point. If it was on that linear trend of pulling grains out every year, then we would come to 0, or what we grow is what we get. So with this disruption, we're going to knock a huge portion out of that strategic grain reserves. Just like the strategic oil reserves are releasing 400 million barrels. That's like a one-trick pony that's done once. You can't do it twice. Global grains, you can still grow some and still pull some out. So expect food prices to go up. It's an unknown on how high the prices are going to go. It's an unknown how much available fertilizer there will be. And it's an unknown how much that fertilizer is going to cost and how all those costs are going to get paid and passed on to you. But it is going to be. So just in a general sense, food prices up. So how do you protect yourself from that? Obviously, growing some of your food, knowing some of your farmers, trading with your neighbors, knowing where's your food's coming from anyway in your local area would be first step number one. Know where the food's being grown. That way you can go direct to producer and it's going to be cheaper than that middle person in the supermarkets or, the farmer's market. If you, like a friend, I know a few people who do farmer's market on fresh produce. If you go out to their place and pick it up, you're going to get a way big discount compared to what they're selling it on Saturday, because they don't have to pay the little stand, and they got to rent it out and pay the city to be in there. If you go direct, you can probably get it for, I'm not going to put words in people's mouths, but substantially less than you would pay in a farmer's market just by going to where they grow the same food. You're saving them all the effort of coming in, and you're going to get a lot more for a lot less price. Massive cold front going to smash, bring winter back in. Those of you planting, I got an enormous amount of trees in bloom right now. I'm going to have to cover them up. 22 Fahrenheit here in East Tennessee is where we're going to get to. So it's going to bring winter right on back. And luckily for us, the increase in CO2 is starting to green an enormous amount of the planet. You can see the vegetative index coming off of Earth Viewer here. The greening is abundant and noticeable. Now, hopefully this will help with the fertilizer shortages, but we're in that world, who knows? Bringing you to some Middle Eastern yumminess here. Such a vast array of foods that can be combined together. And you just don't know what's available in other cultures as their staples and sort of festive dishes until you start to put it all together. And wow, this is a serious beast here. Do they look like the red sprites in the sky? Electrified atmosphere increasing. And with the intensification of not only size, girth, density, and longness, that it stays in that state. The thunderstorms that are accompanying these larger, more electrical events, signified by increased sprite visibility length. This is the size of the hail now coming down in these same electrified storms. More electricity, more power. Front dented windshield. Now imagine a 50-mile front of this type of hail. The insurers are going to be well pressed to be paying for a lot of autos and just bits and bobs of autos that might not be imported because we're having all these crises. So how many cars can you damage without repairing them is the question. Now I want you to take a look. See those divots where the hail came down? Yeah, that's into the ground, and the impact popped back out and it left that, crater. Imagine what this would do to your roofs, your windows, car windows, everything in between. We got hail in the desert. Speaking of Saudi Arabia, there's a way west out by the Red Sea, a place called Taif, and they've been having record rain and precipitation events, snow events, hail events, just mad amounts of water. Record everything over the last 5 years. So this is definitely a place to look at. Xinjiang, way west China. Oh, dust storm, insane. And then following the dust storm was a blizzard, which is still ongoing. I'll get you some more images of that over the next day or so. Transition from dust into snow. Now, this is really where it starts to get wow factor fast. Half of Thailand's fishing fleet may stay in port due to diesel shortages. And those of you who've been to Thailand, just this is an amazing place for seafood. And that statement alone was like, wow. So I dug in and I wanted to see how many fishing boats there were. Approximately 9,000. Now, it's not an exact, but 9,000. That means 4,500 of them are going to stay in port. Diesel shortages, and it's going to be unaffordable for many boat owners to continue to go out. But in the future, that protein will be more valuable than the diesel fuel. So that's going to reverse itself. So doesn't matter if whatever range on the spectrum economically a country sits in that, they're asking people to conserve fuel. Now, when will that happen in America? Soon. If it continues, we will be asked also here to put the brakes on, no pun intended. But countries are very reliant on these types of like fishing industry. You know, to tell people to work from home, okay, that's a no-brainer. We can do it again. But to have your very source of protein cut out because the fuel's too expensive, that shows the fragility of it all here. And I love Thailand, been there a few times. Amazing seafood, just incredible fresh ingredients everywhere, but they need fuels to produce all that. Same with every country. I don't care if you go to Japan, love that place. Been to Japan many a time. They are very fuel conservation heavy anyway, but they're still running into problems in Japan. Anywhere in Asia is going to get smacked first, but when the faucets turn back on, it will be fed first. And their economies will start again. But so there's going to be some sort of ratio. And, you know, as this plays out, the ratio will be known. Well, that was interesting, but matches with the golden ratio. So right now, the cost of the food is not worth as much as the diesel fuel to go out and get the fish and then bring them back. So there's a trade-off there. Fuel's going to cost more than the actual fish that caught on the boat. But in the future, if there's food disruptions because of fertilizers and the fuel disruptions because, well, proteins aren't being harvested from the ocean, then the food price is going to go up. And at some point, there's going to be a rollover where the food's going to be more valuable than all the diesel fuel used. So that will be worth the time to, even if diesel's 3 times higher price than now, 4 times higher, 5 times higher price, your food price is going to be higher than that. They're like, it's worth it to go out and get the fish, even if we're paying 5 times more for diesel fuel. This is through history the thing. The oil spikes, but the food price always spikes higher than the oil price. And if you look the video 2 days ago I had all those FAO charts from the 1970s and the oil spikes and then Ukraine invasion. I encourage you to check it out. I did all those charts to show you. It always spikes higher than the oil prices for the food. So look for the rollover. It's coming. Again, this is just a distant early warning. You look out, no exact date, but in the future sometime. So here's your modern map of Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Coast countries and the association, the GCC, Qatar, and the DuByne Emirates. Well, Dubai is only one emirate of the United Arab Emirates. Let's go back in time a sliver. Take it back to this. The Grand Continent. You might see Grand Tartary there, Arabia, which is Arabia, down where we're looking in the Middle East there, in Persia. So this map's going far back in time. And you can see how much more consolidated the world is. Notice there's really not what is considered countries, like kingdoms and regions that are. But since that time, it's all been broken up into super little tiny pieces controlled in different farming techniques for economy and human workforce, energy. So what cycle are we repeating here is the question. And is our history even the truth of what we're being told? So it's interesting how these really old maps still have these same areas, Persia. Just today, we've relabeled it. Like I say, we split everything amongst different rulers to have even a smaller slice of a larger pie, because that's more difficult to control a larger pie than a small little cherry on the pie. This is the way the world's spinning. Food's going to continue to go up. It's going to be a slow grind up. You're not going to wake up one day and things are 5 times higher price. It's going to be a slow grind. 25 cents this week, 50 cents next week, another 25 cents the next week, 32 cents the next, a month later, and you're already up $1.20 or something for fuel. And it's going to be the same for the food. And, my question is this meant to do this? And is it going to extend out for months and months and months and months? And then everything's just going to get to such an affordable state that we are going to absolutely need to shift the economy. I want to say it's not like shift the way we do it. I'm talking about an entirely new system based on stable coins. They've talked about this forever, the switch in the systems. There can't really be a parallel system of a world economy. one needs to go away and the other needs to come out as the dominant economy. So is this the play right now, and just people are taking advantage of it to move into this new, not going to say global currency, but global standard for payments, cross-border payments, settlements?
Crumbling infrastructure. This might be one of the reasons they never fixed anything. You know, you keep hearing in different countries, like especially the US, bridges are falling apart, locks are falling apart, roads are falling apart. Just so many things are not being repaired, and you have to ask yourself why. But here, satellite images reveal that bridges around the world are at highest risk of collapse. 744 are in North America, mostly built in the 1960s, not maintained. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why not? Was this all part of a plan? Somebody knew was coming to disrupt, to switch to new systems. Looking down into Mexico now, tortillas are all the thing. They're getting taxes on their tortillas. They're getting taxes from the cartels. And now the government says you have to do it exactly the way we say, or you get fined. $225,000 just for not storing your foods properly, which means for me, it's cataloging system. They want to know where every morsel of grain is. And this was what I was always predicting on the Adapt 2030 channel. They're going to come into digital ration cards. They're going to be putting everything in IoT, or Internet of Things, on real-time digital ledger to know where exactly all the food is moving to. Now, for you to access that food, you're going to have to put some sort of token in that allows you to get that, so they can verify, validate, and also know exactly every gram that came out. Back in time, the silver was weighted against the grains of wheat, not the other way around like it is today. We're just going to step back in the past, but we're going to have a digital version of it. So the energy stock, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is a super important chart. So the spikes in food pricing based on the CPI, which was also calculated differently in the 70s than it is now. So you can compare, but the charts aren't going to match exactly. But the general is oil price up, oil embargo, food price up, get ready for the shock. That sort of gold color there is the increase in your food price, and the black is the increase in energy prices. You can see the energy was lower than the food. Take a deep breath on that one, because when we looked at Ukraine, also the World Food Index followed oil prices on the futures. So we can see how this drops, coming back up. We get these boxes. The green boxes are highlighting where the spikes in oil prices were and what your World Food Index was going at. So why that out one last time here? If we are going to go into unprecedented $200 per barrel of oil, never seen ever in human history at this price, where do you think the food is going to go? Because it looks like, at least on CPI basis, that the food was more than double at the apex of the highest of oil prices. And that 74, that gray bar there, that was the oil embargo that smashed the US economy. So just step back and again, take a deep breath, analyzing the charts here. Every forecast now is this Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed far longer. There's only one last piece that, if it gets eradicated from the ability to go the East-West pipeline for those 5 million barrels a day, we're going to go into such a state of contagion and fear here on the planet that our natural gas is not going to be there to create the fertilizers. The oil won't be there. Asian economies are going to get smashed first. America will get smashed, but we're going to recover last. We're going to get stuck in a quicksand trying to get out of this. The Asian economies will get on first as soon as the straits open back up, and they'll be fed gluttonously because they're on the side of the BRICS over there, predominantly. If oil really goes to $200 a barrel, our food is not going to be affordable. And at what point they're going to start rationing. They might start some sort of handout. You might be required to go to a community work garden crew. These are the things that have occurred in the past. Nothing new under the sun here. I'm not inventing anything. I'm just looking at past cycles and what had occurred. Like, what happened? How did they deal with it? Okay, well, when there wasn't enough labor to make something roll, they forced people into that. People were forced to the victory gardens in World War II so that war effort could go over to, Europe and Asia. If the food price really were to quadruple from here, how many people could afford that? Could you afford it? You definitely be needing to grow your own. Like, there's so many factors at work here, but everything is pointing to, even if this thing unwinds today, The largest refineries in Middle East is completely wiped out, or oil storage facilities completely wiped out. They're turning off all of the wells and the pumping into the storage facilities because the ones that aren't yet wiped out in flames are completely full. Like, this is a real closure. This thing is going to go for more than a minute. And all analysis that I've seen says 2 months to unwind it, another month for factories to get back up to maximum production, and a month again behind on shipping and logistics to get all that and the freight forwarding smoothed out too. So you're looking at a 4-month delay. So if it stops tomorrow, which it ain't, 4 months delay on getting your life back to normal and mine. And I'm just curious the countries that are going to survive the best and get refed supplies that keep economies chugging first after this is over. And Michael Yon, who I talk to occasionally, the giga famine will be the most severe famine in human history. And I really hope you're wrong, Michael, but I'm agreeing with you that we're having a huge problem with fertilizer like right now. So he was pointing out the deindustrialization of everywhere you see here is a fertilizer plant that was closed in Europe. So even if they do get the LNG back online again from Qatar and send it up by pipe somehow, 20% of the world's natural gas was going, at least in part here, to produce fertilizers in all these different places, which creates a huge problem. Well, the even bigger problem is Ras Tourna, that was completely destroyed, or at least largely destroyed. They completely shut it down. So these wholesale rates don't even apply anymore. And look how outside the norm they were. They were to record highs. And the one was going to Ningbo, which is in China, and the other Rotterdam, Europe there. These rates don't even apply because they can't even get to even ship anymore. Just put a big red X across this one here. So now it's not about it being blockaded, or the ships that are being sunk can't carry anymore. Now the actual oil loading terminals / refineries are being destroyed, one after the other after the other. They're not coming back for decades, plural, if they ever do. Like, these are offline indefinitely. So that just puts a whole new twist into this Rubik's Cube that we're looking at here. Just destroyed at least 3 of the world's largest refineries / oil loading areas on the planet. Which brings me to Highlander. There shall be only one. The East-West, 5 million barrel a day. It's almost a full pressurization as of tomorrow, which will be able to load those ships, which there's 20 plus of them waiting in line on the Red Sea. This is your number one target here. If this goes, so does the world. And Xavier Blas putting this one out. I want to dissect. Okay, the first paragraph is talking about 35% of the oil that normally gets out of the Strait of Hormuz is still reaching markets, because Iran's letting some go to China, some's going by pipe, but there's still some coming out. If they get that East-West pipeline on, that's going to jump back to 63, which means Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much going to be, going to have a very minimal impact at that point. So the East-West pipeline, they're about to bring another 5 to 10 million barrels online going through those pipelines over to the Red Sea. So since the Iranians are systematically destroying all oil infrastructure, do you really think that thing's going to be allowed to stay and pump? Because once it goes offline, our oil prices are going to start skyrocketing. There's no other alternative to get any oil or gas out of there. It's going to come by ship. And since all those loading ports, refineries, oil field storage, since those are all being taken out one by one, and so many vast, gigantic stock market crashing size have already been taken out, we've stepped into a new world. Now, again, it's not because of fear doing the video here. It's just to let you understand that fertilizer is being greatly affected. And with that, food pricing is going to be greatly affected. And with the oil price and diesel prices going up, gasoline and diesel both, then your transportation costs are going to be affected greatly by getting that food to market, in addition to what it would cost for the additional planting and different fees. If we can even get the regular, like pesticides, herbicides, fungicides that they use through the year for certain crops, which I'm not a fan of, but it's just the way it is. Some food better than no food. Like, all those things are totally reliant and 100% reliant on fossil fuel production that has just been knocked out at the knees. I am absolutely unequivocally saying there's that one major gigantic thing with the bullseye on it, that East-West pipeline. And if you read in the news the next 3 to 5 days or 2 days or whatever, that thing is taken out, then our world changes at that point. As much as Pearl Harbor changed the world, that taking out and destruction of the East-West pipeline will be an equivalent of, yeah, the world's going to move into a completely different direction. Like our economy will be reset during these events here. And that was all part of the plan anyway, was it not? To get us away from this fiat-backed system that is so just deep in debt that it can never be paid back ever, that it needs to come to a new system. And that switch over in the system of revaluing money 100 to 1 to 1,000 to 1 will bring us back to some sort of, well, it's manageable at that point. So how do you protect yourself from all these things? That's the question. Your rising food prices, the switch over of the currency, things are going to get tremendously, atrociously expensive. That's not quite hyperinflation, but you're getting there. I'm just wondering if finally mind over matter and this combine 80-90% of the people who don't want the war can actually use their minds and remanifest a different reality, like bending the hologram back compared to these 2% warmongers that want everything to go forever so they can continuously sell and destroy and rebuild, that whole infinite circle jerk that they have going on there.